Good evening. Welcome to tonight's Select Board meeting. It is June 30th, 2026, also the last day of fiscal year 2026.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations, we made it.
Yes. And our first item of business will be a question of entering into executive session for the purpose stated in items 2 and 3, and to then reconvene in open session. So I move that we go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, Purpose 3, for the purpose of discussing strategy related to collective bargaining with the town's union personnel, specifically the Public Employee Committee. All right.
Yes.
All right. Michael?
Are you going to read number 3 also?
Oh, I'm sorry. And also for the purpose of approving the executive session minutes of April 7th, 2026 and May 19th, 2026. Bernard, your vote?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back. We have now returned from our executive session, and our first item of business back in open session will be announcements and updates. Do any select board members want to announce any recent or upcoming events?
I'd like, yeah.
Go ahead, Bernard.
I just want to mention that a few of us went out to Fire Station 4 to see how it's come along, and I can say that it's money well spent, that the money we spent has been well spent in terms of issues of gender equity and safety, just the type of setup they have that encourages camaraderie. So I think that it's a good job. And
I certainly agree with you there. I was there. I saw Amanda there as well. Chief Sullivan gave the town administrator and I and Amanda and a few others in the community a very comprehensive tour, explained everything in punctilious detail. I'm not sure I was able to follow it all, but I'm sure it was all quite important. It was extremely impressive, the work that's been done there. It's already in operation. It's been so for about a week, I believe Chief Sullivan said. And the fire station renovations, we're of course renovating or rebuilding all of our stations. And so Station 4 is the first one to have been completed, and it really looks great. Any other announcements, updates, Amanda?
A couple of them last week.
I'm so sorry, just
Sorry, go ahead.
for both of you, for all of us, though, we just need to speak into our microphones. So
Oh.
thank you, sorry.
That's fine. So last week, a couple of us were able to attend a sold-out Brookline night organized by the Charles River Chamber of Commerce. A number of local retailers, nonprofits, and individuals were recognized for their contributions to the community. And just for me personally, it was great to see such a large crowd supporting our local businesses. So shout out to all the organization that took place to make that happen. The second announcement I wanted to make is upcoming events. For those who don't know, Brookline Rec actually organizes outdoor concerts every Wednesday from tomorrow through August 6th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Concerts alternate between Emerson Park and Fisher Hill, with tomorrow's concert featuring the outside toys at Emerson Park. So you should check it out this summer.
Michael?
For those of you who have networks, to pass this along, and I'm sorry I don't have the announcement in front of me, but starting today, going through August 15th, in lieu of school lunches and school breakfasts, there is a program being offered in order to provide meals, both breakfasts and lunches, this year, not only for kids, but for members of their families. And I will get the details and get them posted in the announcement section because I don't have them at the moment.
Anyone else?
I do just want to flag that we have declared a Commissioner of Public Health has declared a heat emergency in Brookline. As you all know, the weather is going to be quite hot going through the 4th of July. On Wednesday and Thursday, there's standard operation for town facilities. The public library locations will be open. The senior center will be open. The pool will be open. So we just encourage people to take advantage of those spaces. If people need a place to go that isn't the library, the public safety building here across from Town Hall, the public safety building community room is open and available for people if they need a space to cool down. On Friday and Saturday, please check the brooklinema.gov website and the news announcements there. But just to flag for people, there will be cooling centers open in the north, center, and south of town. On Friday and Saturday, the Senior Center and Florida Rough and Ridley School will be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Potterham Library Community Room will be open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The pool will be open on Saturday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. for the dive well and the shallow pool only, and there will be free admission for all Brookline residents. The pool will be closed on the 4th of July, however. But yes, on the 4th of July, we will have cooling centers open in both North, Central, and South Brookline. And we just strongly encourage people to stay safe, take advantage of the splash pads that are out there. The list of pads that are open and working, as well as those that are out of service, are all online as part of this announcement. Please take the heat seriously. It's going to be very hot, and crucially, it is not going to cool down at night. That's really the big issue here. A lot of people think that when the night comes in, the temperature goes down. That's not going to be the case. So we strongly encourage you to please take care of yourselves.
Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we will move to public comments. Public comments, a period for those who request to speak to the board regarding town issues. Persons wishing to speak may sign up in advance, beginning on the Friday preceding the meeting, or may sign up in person at the meeting. Speakers will be taken up in the order they sign up. Advanced registration is available by calling the Select Board's office at 617-730-2202 or by email at kmcgilvery@brooklinema.gov. The full policy on public comment is available at brooklinema.gov/selectboard. So do we have anyone who has signed up for public comment today?
We do. Do you want me to go through my timing and
Yes,
okay.
please.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 60 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. And we have Carrie Tennant has signed up for public comment.
All right. Hello, whenever.
Yep. Sorry, it's my first public comment.
No, welcome.
Thank you. So nice to meet everyone. My name is Carrie Tennant. I'm a resident of Precinct 16. I live on Grove Street. And the topic that I was hoping to discuss tonight is actually the Rotary that's just sort of right outside my home across from the shops at Petterham, if you all are familiar with that, like where Cheryl Ann's Bakery is. So I moved into my home in October of 2024 with my husband and our then 4-month-old baby. She's 2 now. And in the time that we've lived there, we've experienced a lot of issues with just like safety in that Rotary. So we probably see at least 1 to 2 car accidents in that Rotary every week. And neither of us works from home, so that's just like in the time that we're home. I suspect that there are probably more car accidents than that. Unfortunately, I myself was involved in a hit and run car accident in that Rotary in January of 2025, where the person who hit me drove away. Thankfully, my daughter was not in the car with me, and the damage was all to the car. But and then similarly, during a lot of the recent more severe winter weather, in the 2 winters that we've lived in the home, the winter of 2025 and winter of this 2026, our fence, which abuts the Rotary, has been knocked down by the snow plow, and it's not actually hitting it because there's a sidewalk and a guardrail, but the plow is going so fast, and then the snow is hitting the fence and like knocking the fence over. So obviously I know I have 3 minutes and it's not going to be solved today, but I've tried reaching out to numerous different avenues in the town and just really haven't gotten a response. So I'm just not sure who the appropriate party to contact is about just like an overall solution, not looking for any like assessing any liability or anything about past events. I just want to make sure that it's a safe place to drive and walk around, and that we don't have our fence knocked over every winter. So I'm just not sure who I tried. I can tell you who I tried if that's helpful. Or
Would you leave us your email address, please, and we'll follow up with you this week?
yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you so much.
You can just, we have a pen and paper here. You can just leave it with Melanie, and that would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
I see Janice Kahn has her hand raised.
Okay, yes, I can unmute and okay, and now I can. So thank you very much for I just have a follow-up comment to something that our town administrator said that has been a concern of mine for a long time, that we have cooling centers, but they close by 6 o'clock. And as was pointed out, it stays hot at night. And I just want clarification for the community that my understanding is that the that at the combined police and fire station, that is a 24-hour area that stays open. And could you just clarify if that's so?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, so when the cooling centers close at the end of the day, while those cooling centers close at the end of the day, the public safety building at 350 Washington here is open 24/7, and that is a space where if someone loses power, if there's a need for cooling or ice or water or anything, they can go to that community room here in right here across from Town Hall.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard in public comments? All right, seeing none, we will then move on to miscellaneous. Now, there have been some requests to take 6H and 6V out of the consent agenda to be voted on separately. Are there any other items that members would
6,
like?
8, and 6 what?
V,
Oh, V, I'm sorry.
Wait, 6A or H?
H, 6H and 6V. 6H is question of appointing the town administrator as hearing officer pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 31, Section 41, for individual hearings on whether 4 members of the fire department should be discharged on grounds of medical incapacity. And 6V is the question of affirming the audit committee's recommendation of a certified public accounting firm to audit the town. So regarding 6H, I would just like to ask for a little more background on the appointment process and whether other communities similarly have town administrators or their equivalent serve as hearing officers. If you could tell us a little more about this item.
Sure, thank you. So yes, the process, so under the civil service law, which is what this law is, which is what is being cited here, employees with those protections are entitled to a hearing before their appointing authority or their designee if there is something contemplated that is in excess of a 5-day suspension. And in this case, you, the select board, are the appointing authority for firefighters and police officers under the civil service, and or even not under civil service, you are still the appointing authority for the police as police commissioners and fire commissioners. And so historically what you have done is you have appointed either a member of town council's office to hear these matters, whether they are disciplinary or medical or whatever in nature, or in the event such as here where our labor council recently took a different job in government, and we wish her all the best, where there hasn't been the capacity either because we're down a member of town council's office or there's some sort of conflict. I've stepped in to serve. Most recently, I served in late 2025. There was a disciplinary hearing, so under the same authority, you appointed me that as hearing officer. Ultimately, a resolution was reached before the hearing was held, and there was no need to hold the hearing. But in that case, you did appoint me, and I did serve as hearing officer doing all of that work. So there's nothing out of the ordinary here. It is your standard practice to appoint somebody rather than conduct the hearings yourself. And that's just, that is standard practice for many towns and communities in Massachusetts.
Anthony?
Can I have insight into the details about these 4 members and why they're up for possible discharge?
So I can't talk about the medical. It's medical, so I'm not allowed to disclose under privacy laws what those conditions are. I say it not at a public meeting.
Okay.
But I can certainly discuss. In general, the rules are if someone has a condition and they are not able to do the job and are not likely able to do the job for the foreseeable future, then the employer does have the ability to separate someone on the grounds of incapacity. And that's a last step. We only take that step if we think that there is no opportunity elsewhere. For example, if there's a reasonable accommodation to be made, if there is something that can be done. That really is the last step in the process.
And these recommendations came from originally the chief?
The chief, yes.
Okay. And then the chief went to medical advice and then made the recommendation.
So this is right. This is the end of a long process where we've gone through medical evaluations. We've gone through this, and again, it's not a foregone conclusion, right? The point of a hearing is that they have the opportunity to present to me a new set of eyes, a new face in this, who's not the department head, the opportunity to say, no, this is not right, or there is something else, there's something missing here. They have the opportunity to do that. I'll take that into consideration, and then I'll make a decision based on the evidence they present.
So this is not the first that these people are hearing about.
No, this has been going on in most of these cases for more than a year.
Got it. Thank you.
And each of these 4 members have distinct cases, so in theory, the decision could be different as to each one.
Yes, I plan on, we're not holding mass hearings. Each one of these individuals is entitled to an individual hearing. They will present their own evidence, and they will receive their own decision based on the evidence they present.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on 6H? All right.
I have questions on other items, though.
Sure. Go ahead.
First off, on the minutes, I submitted some comments, but they didn't make it into the packet, so I might ask that
We can hold them.
we can hold them.
Yes.
Second one, 6B, the Aging Friendly Communities Committee report. Is that report going to wind up somewhere more public-facing permanently? Because I think there's a lot of valuable information in that I only learned from reading it.
Yes. In fact, we're probably going to post it on the select board's page in terms of policies and procedures. But I think it's, I just had a conversation with members of Brookline CAN this afternoon about making that more visible. So yes.
Awesome. And then 6I through 6P, we have a number of change orders, essentially.
Yes.
Where vendors end up needing more funding for one reason or another. And then we're also choosing particular companies to do certain tasks. And so I'm wondering if we track how good various contractors are at sticking to budget when deciding whether to award them, or if we usually just go with the lowest bidder.
So we are allowed to, under the procurement rules, right? And again, it depends on what kind, this is complicated. It depends on what type of procurement it is. Is it really the lowest responsive bidder? Is it a more qualitative analysis? So but for things like what you're seeing in the miscellaneous, it is the kind of lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So yes, we do have grounds, and we do keep track of how well contractors do, and we have bypassed contractors. I mean, as recently as a couple months ago, for even though they were the lowest bidder, we didn't believe they were capable of doing the work, so we bypassed them. So yes, we do keep track of all that.
That's good.
And to that point, which I think is a very important one, Amanda, by not being capable of doing the work, do you mean by sticking to a budget or the actual skill set?
It can depend. It can be both. It can be, we look at the budget and we don't believe it's a realistic budget because of what we know about the project, or we don't believe that based on our past experience with the contractor, that they're going to be able to do the work as outlined in the bid.
Okay.
No, that's always important, even in my professional work. Sometimes the lowest bidder costs you more in the long run.
That's exactly right. And I think, certainly from our teams, public buildings and capital projects, again, as I come back to this and I pound the table on it, that's why having good in-house management of this is so important, because it saves us so much money in the long run. We have good institutional knowledge about what contractors we work with that work, what contractors we have had bad experiences with, and we keep a tight grip on our projects, and I think that actually results in, that's the reason why Brookline has such a good reputation for having its capital projects come in on time and on budget.
But also typically in capital projects, there will be a contingencies budget line.
Yep.
And so it's not as though we have to dip into free cash or go back to the voters. That did happen on one occasion, but overall, we have not had to do that.
Yes, one occasion, one project out of $500 million worth of projects, I think, is a pretty good track record for Brookline. So.
And then I have one more question, and I had asked Chaz this in advance, but I wanted to highlight here because I am personally interested in this, and I don't know how many, but for 6U, we were talking about mobile food vendors, and they're basically all ice cream trucks, which, for my kids, yay. But I personally would love to see the opportunity for more food trucks to be able to operate in town. And I'm wondering if there's been any demand for food truck vendors that maybe might want to park out at one of our parks and serve lunch, for instance.
Yeah, there has not been historically. There aren't too many of them that operate in town. Usually 3 or 4 come in over the course of a year. The licensing requirements are not onerous. We ask them to tell us what your route is. We ask them to make sure that they're not blocking spaces for a long period of time or disturbing people's experience. But that's one of the many licenses that can historically come before the licensing panel, which meets once a month on Wednesdays, which you will be the new select board liaison to. Congratulations. But yes, we can certainly talk about emphasizing our desire to have more food trucks and open air vendor licenses out there. We can put out a call for applications.
It'd be very cool.
Anyone else?
Okay, we're gonna pull out, 6, what's it, V?
So 6H
Okay.
and 6V will be
For
voted
separate
on
vote.
separately. Yes.
I wanna make a few comments about that,
And 6.
about the process.
Okay. Go ahead.
You're holding the minutes, so 6A.
Right, we're holding the minutes.
Okay, so regarding 6V, which is the selection of an auditor, the audit committee met last week to select the firm that was selected, and we appointed a new chair, Steve Herscovici. Our prior chair, Paul Healy, moved out of town. Both Paul and I have agreed to work with Steve to make sure that some of the problems that we've had with our audit are addressed. And we're behind. Our fiscal year 2025 audit, which should have been ready by fall of 2025, had to be filed with what's called EMMA, Electronic Municipal Market, I forgot what the A stands for. Filing system was not filed, at least the audited financials were not filed. We filed an unaudited set of financials, which is okay, but not something that we want to do. So, both Paul and I was audit committee chair for many years, back in the old days. We've agreed to work with Steve to make sure that the schedule of getting the audit done, as well as started, as well as completed, as well as all the filings that need to be made, is done in a way that doesn't get us behind like we are now. It's no real big issue with respect to being behind with our fiscal year 2025 audit. It's just not something we want to be doing. It's embarrassing. And the firm that we selected has committed to getting the fiscal year 2025 audit done by the end of August, which is a very aggressive schedule, but they convinced us that they can do it based on making use of the old firms, which is CBIZ's audit book, which is a book of materials that talk about what was looked at over a period of time, and could be the basis for doing an audit. Quickly, I'm a little confused there, but doing the audit by August 31st. They convinced us that that's possible, and we expect that will be able to happen because a lot of the work has already been done. And going forward, fiscal year 2026, they'll start as soon as we file or complete the contract, and we should be back on track. We have a controller, which we didn't have for not a number of years, but for a while, which created problems, and we had issues with our prior auditor. So those things have been addressed, and I think we're in good shape now going forward. So,
Anthony?
Bernard, one point on that. Does this relate at all to our new policy of switching auditors every few years?
it's okay. I'm not sure how to answer that because
Was my question
we have
too
that
broad?
policy, but the reason why we switched auditors have to do with other things.
Okay,
other
got it.
issues.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the long and the short of it is yes, and it's good that we're doing this, but it was not, it was our prior audit firm was bought twice, and it resulted in it becoming CBIZ. And then we worked with them for a year. For the reasons Bernard described, we've moved on from that relationship. We have a new auditor here. We will begin working through that process.
Got it.
Again, the hope too is because on our end, right, Chelsea Stevens, the comptroller, is going to be directly managing this process. My hope is that this goes smoothly and quickly, and we get an FY25 audit in short order.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, any further questions regarding any items? Okay, seeing none, I move, we're holding 6A, the minutes, so I move approval
And
of.
6B, the audit. So we'll
well,
vote that
all 16,
separately.
right.
Yeah.
So I move approval of 6B through 6W except for 6V. Bernard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. And now for item 6V. I move that we approve item 6V. Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony,
Yes.
Bernard,
Abstain.
and I vote yes. All right, so now we'll move on to our next agenda item. Boards and commissions interviews, Conservation Commission. We have Matthew Eddy with us.
Yes, he's online.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Eddy. I'm a 10-year resident of Brookline. I live and vote in Precinct 3. I happen to live on Brook Street, and it's given the name Brook Street because the Tannery Brook runs underneath it, which gives me a particular interest in water management and storm water management in the town of Brookline. I have had a long-term interest and commitment to conservation work. If you had a chance to read the paragraph of my application for the Conservation Commission, I have a master's degree in natural resource management. I served for the Muddy River Restoration Project Maintenance and Management Oversight Committee for 5 years, and I'm currently engaged in a certification program working with the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions, trying to get a Conservation Commission certificate through them. I'm very excited about the work, particularly in the town of Brookline. My hope is to simultaneously focus on environmental protection and resiliency planning, and also to support the good work of town employees with whom, or in whom I hold high esteem, who worked as part of the Muddy River Restoration Project. They are in departments like sustainability, parks and open space, engineering, and public works, and I very much admire the work that the town has done and continues to do. I believe I can assist in the work of the Conservation Commission in 5 main ways. The first would be in evaluating deeds and plans. I know that that is largely the bread and butter work of the Conservation Commission. And the work that I did as the administrator for the MMOC gave me the opportunity to develop some expertise in reading notices of intent and project notification forms, et cetera. So I feel like I have that experience that I can bring to the commission. Another way that I feel like I can help is through education. One of my other major careers in my life was as a high school science teacher. So the ability to translate technical material for a public audience is something that I hold in high esteem. So I feel like I could do that well through any work that the Conservation Commission might send my way in terms of tours and the authoring of articles. I feel qualified to support the town in managing and hopefully expanding town-owned lands of conservation interest. And that was some of the major focus of the work that I did in my graduate program. And I have some experience as a volunteer manager, specifically working with Habitat for Humanity, but also with other organizations in terms of helping leverage public interest in the work that the town is engaged in with respect to its conservation lands. And finally, I'm happy to pick up a shovel. I've done plenty of work, particularly through the Student Conservation Association, to make sure that I'm contributing my muscle and heart and arm to the work of conservation. So those 5 ways: evaluating deeds and plans, education of the public, managing open space that's owned by the town, volunteer management, and field work are the things that I feel I could contribute to the Conservation Commission. and I hope that you'll consider my candidacy. Can I answer any questions?
Yes, so a question I have, I see that you recently served as a sustainability consultant for Riverstone Sustainability in Newburyport.
That's correct.
I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about the work you did there and how it might inform your thinking if you join the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, so the Riverstone Sustainability is a very small shop. There's just one proprietor, and she hired me as a secondary person for a period of time. The bread and butter of that particular consultancy focused on LEED certification, LEED certification, largely for universities and colleges. And so the one that was closest to the work that to this area was working for Boston College, which is putting together a new archive. So I was doing work there, evaluating the LEED suitability, particularly associated with stormwater management with respect to that building. So working in support of our community members, whether they be in business or in nonprofit or in the government, I think is something that I feel like I am comfortable working with all those different constituencies, keeping the public interest in mind.
Any other questions? Michael?
First of all, thank you very much for your application. Have you had an opportunity to observe a meeting of the commission of the
Yes, I have.
And did you have any thoughts on the governance within that commission, things that worked well, processes that could be improved?
That's a good question. Mostly, I was there just to listen and to be in support of Alex Cassie in particular, because I feel like he does terrific work on the part of the town. I will not say that I have enough experience with the dynamics of the committee to be able to say that they could do their work more effectively. I think as someone who is coming into the committee for the first time, my job, at least at the start, would be to listen and understand the structure of all of that. I think what impressed me was the energy, particularly around doing site visits. I know they all went out to Putterham golf course to look at a major project, and the enthusiasm that the other members of the committee had shown for getting out in the field and observing those projects firsthand was something that it inspired me that a committee made of volunteers were showing that level of motivation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much for interviewing with us, and you will hear back at some point soon.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, next up we have Ernest Cook.
Excuse me, before you proceed, could we get a summary of the number of positions that are open?
One.
I'm sorry, could we get a summary of the number of positions that are open?
Sure.
That we're interviewing for?
There's one. It's on the website for the commission.
Okay, thank you.
There's one current vacancy, right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
one potential future one.
Hello, my name, can you hear me all right, is Ernest Cook. Thank you for considering my application to serve on the Conservation Commission. I've been a member of, or a resident of Brookline for, I think, about 30 years. I have been active in town politics. I was served on town meeting for 6 years. I am vice president currently of the Brookline Green Space Alliance, and we advocate, as I'm sure you know, for the park and conservation spending and programs within the town. I'm also on the board of advisors of the Charles River Watershed Association, which cares deeply about water quality in the Charles River and its tributaries, including the Muddy River. And as I'm sure you know, Brookline is the principal watershed for the Muddy River and contributes considerably to water quality problems in the Muddy River. My professional career for nearly 45 years has been principally focused on parks and land conservation. I worked for the Trust for Public Land for 37 years and rose to become Senior Vice President and Director of National Programs for that organization. I've also had a consultant business, Land Water Associates, and where I've retained several people with expertise in wetlands and planning and public finance to create plans and implement plans for parks and land conservation. I was for example, recently I've been moving toward retirement and cutting down on the work of Land Water Associates. So it's pretty much me now. I don't usually employ other people at this point. But just one example of my work, I was the principal author of the Land Protection Plan for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to expand the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge in Texas with the goal of protecting habitat for the recovering population of the endangered whooping crane. That was all about wetlands. So in addition to the planning, I'm now involved in implementation of that plan, including applications for funding from a variety of state and federal sources, as well as negotiations with landowners to actually acquire that land and move it into public ownership and management. At that point, I could just open for questions on my background and interests.
Any questions? So a question I have, if you could expand a little bit about your experience as the primary author of open space plans. You reference the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge in Texas. You also mention in your resume something similar in Georgia. Can you talk a little bit about how you would utilize that experience on the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, just in Georgia, I have been principally responsible for creating two different partnerships that have been pursuing land protection to avoid listing of various species as endangered in the state. One of them was the gopher tortoise, and more recently, I've been leading a partnership that is trying to avoid any further listing of endangered species in four significant watersheds in northwest Georgia. I don't have a great deal of or much experience in regulatory approaches. I have done work in California to prepare environmental quality reports under the California Environmental Quality Act. But most of my work has been kind of in the non-regulatory approach to meeting environmental goals through incentives for landowners, principally land protection, conservation easements. I have written many conservation easements and negotiated those with landowners. So it's that experience, I think, working a lot with the private sector and understanding incentives that I could bring that perspective to the Conservation Commission.
From the materials you provided, though, it looks like you also had some experience with promoting federal legislation in relation to the Connecticut River Conservancy.
Yes. I was for probably 10 years at the Trust for Public Land in charge of all government relations, and that included a significant group of federal affairs experts working out of an office in Washington, D.C. And I brought that experience later to my work as a consultant with Land Water Associates, and had a couple of consulting projects related to large watershed protection efforts, one of them being the Connecticut River. And there I helped to design legislation that was ultimately, pretty much in the form I developed it, adopted to expand federal ambition, shall we say, to protect that watershed.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I'm wondering if you've had the opportunity to sit in on a meeting of the Conservation Commission?
I have not, actually.
Okay. Are there any particular charges of the Conservation Commission or activities that you've gleaned from its agendas or its work that you are particularly interested in diving in on?
I'm very interested in sustainability, in promoting green infrastructure, and I have done a fair amount of work in that arena. I'm in charge of a sustainability committee and plan for my boat club, Riverside Boat Club in Cambridge. So sustainability issues have always keenly interested me.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much for the interview, and you'll hear back from us.
Thank you.
David,
Yes?
Cameron had a scheduling issue, so he won't be joining us until July 14th.
Okay. So with that, then, we will move on to 8B, interviews for Brookline Commission for the Arts. And we might as well review, how many open positions are there?
3?
3 positions?
currently.
And how many applicants total?
3 tonight. I think we have 2 others that we have previously interviewed.
Okay. So first up, we have Arav Patel.
Hello. I'm Arav Patel. I attend Brookline High School. I'm a junior in the fall. I live in District 10. I want to be on the committee because I've seen how public art can change like the space and bring community together. I've also started the Impact Walls, which Jason Kikonis started, which like brings like all the murals around Brookline. They bring a sense of community and um, bring like the community together. And lots of students from Driscoll, an elementary school that I went to, have worked on the murals near Driscoll, like the one next to Stokes. And the club that I started has been trying to help do this and clean up the neighborhood, like all the graffiti. I've also had experience in one of their meetings. I've attended a few of their meetings because I was invited and I got to see firsthand how everything was. Um, I faced or I have seen that, and I just want to like change the community and change how art can be accessible to everyone and not and make it just more accessible.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Amanda?
I always like when our high school students throw their hat in the rink to apply for various commissions. And so I'm wondering for you, what inspired, for lack of a better word, you to apply to this commission and really any commission in the high school?
Well, Jason, the founder of Impact Walls, he said it would be a great idea because he was on this commission and it helped him learn more about community and a sense of community, and also learn more about how art can like bring the community together. But I also wanted to join because I've seen many of like the showcases of what the Brookline Arts Committee has done, like the um ability performance that was held like a month ago. Um um and I just wanted to join because it would help like me, and I think I could bring um skills to the committee.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit more about your work in founding Impact Walls? How many people participate in it? Which mural initiatives you've been involved in there?
Um At our club, we have about 20 people who have been helping. We have done bake sales and trying to raise money so we can clean some of the graffiti, like at Greg's. Um, I have been involved in two murals. Um, the one next to Stokes with like the dragon, and the pizza and that, and then one with this one was taken down because of the reconstruction of Driscoll, but is the I think it's still in the school though. It's the mural of Mr. I'm blanking on his name, but he was with Martin Luther King Jr. and it's just a mural of him.
Bernard, you had?
I think Amanda sort of asked this question I was thinking about, but give me a sense of how excuse me for my voice. Give me a sense of how you would bring the sort of energy of high school students and other youth to the Arts Commission and the types of programs you think that they're missing out on or not doing that would appeal to youth.
I think that many people don't appreciate like the art and things that the committee has done before because they don't know about it. So I would want to bring like awareness to it. And I also don't think it's very interactive. Like much of the art that the committee has done isn't very interactive with the people. It's either just a showcase or it's just like thumb painting a wall and not saying anything about it. Because the new mural that they put up next to autos, I personally had no clue that they were doing it until I joined one of their meetings and they started talking about it. I also never knew about it until I like walked over and looked at it, but there is no awareness. So I'd want to bring awareness to all the art. And then I think that would be helpful for everybody in Brookline High or just in high schools and the youth to see if there was more awareness.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. You'll hear from us eventually. Next up, we have Kelly Pope.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Kelly Pope. I've been a resident of Brookline for over 20 years. I am a new resident at Marion Street, which we just cut the ribbon on my building not too long ago, and I'm very excited to be here. I currently sit on the board Council on Aging. I formerly sat on the board Age Friendly Cities Committee, and tonight I am applying for a Commission for the Arts. I have a 40-year career in the music business where I started my career with Dolly Parton out of the University of North Carolina, where I sat on the concert committee where I was studying stage production and lighting. I therefore went out on tour with her and ended up in Los Angeles where my career really took off. I had a 10-year career at Westlake Studios, and if you've seen the Michael Jackson documentary recently, then you would have seen our studios because we recorded every single record that Michael did there. I therefore went on to manage bands, having them signed to Epic Records, touring with those bands. I then went on to produce my own benefit concert that aided the LA homeless. And I'm applying for the Commission of the Arts because I know that I can bring a wealth of talent and experience in the field of music, which is the arts, that I feel that we are lacking a little bit in the community of Brookline. And I have been invited to sit into one of their meetings, which happened to be just a few hours after I applied for this position, but was unable to attend, and talked subsequently to Jillian. And I look very forward to meeting everyone because it is an A-list talent of people on this committee. And I'm very excited about meeting everybody there. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, any questions for Ms. Pope? Michael?
Thank you. In terms of all of the skills that you've developed in your long music career, are there sort of particular ways that you think those skills can be applied to the work of the commission or the projects that the commission might sponsor or evaluate?
Yes, I really wanted to try to meet and have a meeting with them before I did my interview, but that did not work out. But I have seen some of the music projects that were granted grants this past year, and I feel that we can open those genres a little bit further to include other forms of music and not just like woodwind and more classical things that they have been granting these grants to. I also would like to see us step our toes into maybe combining more arts and music with Brookline Day, and maybe co-producing some things with the rooms at Coolidge Corner Theater that they built to host arts and crafts and different production values of people coming in the art world. And also we were losing our galleries here, and that is a big stranglehold on us. We need to really find a place to showcase the people that live within the Brookline community, not only in physical different medias of arts, but also music, performance, and those areas as well. And I would just like a chance to sit down with a member of the committees and really hash out some future plans of how we can start branching out a little bit further.
Thank you.
I have a similar question. So I notice, and again, you spoke to this about your extensive experience with major music bands, and I appreciate that it sounds like your bent within Brookline Commission for the Arts would be auditory and performance-based, not just visual. Do you have experience doing something similar with other communities in terms of arranging sort of municipal art?
I do. Do you remember Mr. Cutler's Outside the Box? He has passed now, but he did this wonderful festival on the Boston Commons before he passed away, called Outside the Box. And and I stepped up and I volunteered for that. And basically the first place they threw me was backstage to deal with all the talent. So I have a plethora of experience with PR, production. There's so much that goes into it. It's really, as you know, it's a lot to put on a show. And I feel that I can bring those elements to the Commission of the Arts because I think we are lacking in those production values. And I would still like to try to do things with Brookline Rec, like co-produce some things, because I know that Cadence is carrying on the live shows at the parks. And I feel that we could do a lot more than what we're doing. So I welcome the challenge.
Thank you. Bernard?
So we could do a lot more than what we're doing. What do you think is preventing us from doing a lot more? I mean, for example, spaces for performances may be limited here in Brookline.
Yeah.
There may not be an appreciation of different genres of music, for example, in Brookline, which could be an educational issue. what other things do you think, sort of impede that effort?
That is a great question, Bernard. Music is vast and it expands every generation. And what might be for you may not be for me, and what might be for me, music-wise, may not be for other people. But we do have a stage on Brookline Day. And I think that we can grace that stage with a plethora of different genres from the voices of the people that live in Brookline that are musically talented. And I think that we need to do that. And I think it would be great to make Brookline Day to add more festival bands, performances, arts, and also giving the artists a chance to get booths to display their works as well, Bernard. I think that's really, really important. And also bands to display their CDs or, their download details or, I just did, it's funny, I still run the platforms for Creation Records. And I lived in London, England for a very long time after I left LA. And I have given those bands that used to be on Creation a second breath of life because we're all in our 50s. I'm in my 60s. And it's amazing how just the power of these social media platforms get the word out. And I think that we can utilize that a lot better in Brookline as well on our social media sites and getting the word out. So I'm up for the challenge. I would really, really like to sit down and speak with the present committee members and the new members that you all decide to take on. And I'm just up for the challenge. I have a vision of really trying to help in the music department wherever I can and listen and work with people we have a lot of talent in Brookline. It's just not being utilized.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone.
And next up, we have Sayaka Minagishi.
Yeah, this is Sayaka. Hello, my name is Sayaka Minagishi. You can call me Saya. I am a resident of Brookline for 8 years, and I live on Brown Street, which is in North Brookline. If I'm selected to serve on the Brookline Commission for the Arts, I would love to contribute to the ongoing efforts to strengthen public spaces, such as through the Rapid Recovery Plan. And I believe that art has the power to make neighborhoods more vibrant, inviting, and I would like to encourage more installation of murals and galleries to all people of all backgrounds, regardless of their art backgrounds. And I am very grateful for my upcoming exhibition at the Patterham branch, which is from July to August. But I am also keen to encourage more collaborative work, not just displaying work. So I'd love to encourage projects that are created with the community members from all ages and all backgrounds. And I think that murals and public artworks, otherwise, like pictures or framed artworks or sculptures, I think they're all great ways to foster creativity. And I want to give all residents like a sense of ownership over Brookline's public spaces. And I would like to bring a collaborative mindset and a willingness to listen. And I am very excited to make to help make Brookline's community more accessible. And and somewhat comfortable for all. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Amanda?
Yeah, Saya, you spoke really nicely just now, as well as in your written response, about the need to increase accessibility of art to a much wider swath of the public, including those with disabilities. I would love for you to expand a little bit on that, because I think that's a really good goal, and I'm curious as to how you might actually be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, so like we have a place called Gateway Arts. I don't know whether everyone knows it, but it's an organization where people with disabled backgrounds can participate and create art and sell online. And they have galleries online as well, where people can see their artworks. And I believe that if you extend that to the wider community, for example, like doing that kind of event regularly, outside of that program, that can really make art more inviting and can really help to make art accessible to all.
Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you very much for your application. I'm wondering if you can talk at all about how you think about motivating the broader public to be engaged in the kinds of art installations or murals or other ways of engaging in art within Brookline?
Yeah, so I think that we shouldn't make art projects like only for artists. So I think we should make, for example, like we should make, pop-up stores that are like, that where people can easily stop by and create some kind of art, like contribute to like a sign or like something very small that people don't have the pressure to be good at. I think that's like a great way to encourage people to be more involved in art. And if people are interested, they can go further to interact more with the Brookline art community.
Thank you.
You speak in your materials about art as a form of emotional expression, not just something that many people would find beautiful that's been made by a professional. And so somewhat similar to what Michael's asking, do you have any experience with arranging certain types of art activities or events that are designed to encourage sort of the lay people or those like myself who can maybe draw a stick figure into artistic expression?
Yeah, so I've been involved in organizing art activities for a temple that I went to back in Australia. I came from Australia before I came from Japan, and I helped make like origami sessions where people can just fold origamis, and I think that encouraged people from all backgrounds to participate, even lay people, because origamis you don't have to like think much, and you can just follow the instructions and fold papers, and what you can make is really interesting. So I think that was a helpful project, and yeah.
And then you also
Yeah.
You reference that I see in your materials, you lived in Australia, you studied there. Is there something that Australia is doing that we're not, that you would want to bring here?
No, I mean, I would like to, so each country has its good and bads, but from Australia, I would like to actually bring, like the culture of accepting everyone. I don't have anything that I don't want to bring, but I do want to bring the culture of accepting everyone, regardless of their accents or backgrounds, because I believe that you can speak through art. Art can act as a voice. So I really want more people in Brookline to be able to speak their emotions through engaging in art activities.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for interviewing, and we will get back to you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, as a broad statement, I am really impressed with the interviews that we have had. I mean, we have some really talented people in this community, and we're going to have some difficult decisions before us, because I'm really impressed.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these applications, you'd think that they could be applying at state and federal level even. But, wow. All right. So with that, we will move to annual appointments. Question of making annual appointments as recommended by the town administrator, of department heads, administrators, and other officials and employees, and of setting the benefits, salaries, and wages of all non-union employees effective July 1st, 2026.
Yes, thank you. First off, I want to thank the entire town administrator team and the whole staff for bringing this together. You can see Charlie Young is the author of this memo. Technically, it's supposed to come from me, so this is me officially endorsing Charlie's work on this. But I really want to thank the whole team for bringing this together. This is a big production every year. Some positions that you appoint are required to be reappointed by either local law or state statute. So you reappoint those. You also have a number of the ancient positions listed: the keeper of wood and bark, the keeper of the Gaol, spelled that way, measurer of coal, etc. All of those you are required by ancient Massachusetts statute to do. You are also technically required, for the record, to walk the boundary of Brookline and measure the meets and bounds of it. We don't make you do that anymore, but it's technically the law.
That would be fun.
Just so you know, you got to go find all the little stones where the boundaries with Boston are. So no, we don't make you do that anymore. But we do ask that you reappoint, as a matter of course, those employees. Obviously, under the new, under the current system with department heads, it's a little different than how it used to be. But as a matter of statute, we have to reconfirm some appointments. So we just ask you to do that. For the non-union employees, the cost of living adjustment this year is 1.5%. We acknowledge that that is below the rate of inflation. We acknowledge that that is a tough adjustment to make, but at the same time, that was the adjustment that was put in place, knowing that this would be an override year, knowing that we would have these conversations about things going forward, and we just want to acknowledge everyone's service and appreciate that. While we are grateful to be able to give some cost of living adjustments, and this is many people will receive step adjustments as well. So for those folks, they are seeing an increase above 1.5%. But we acknowledge that that cost of living adjustment is a tough one, and yet we will continue to do our best to provide parity to our employees with our comparable communities and ensure that everyone is compensated fairly and competitively for the work that they do. The last couple of years have featured some adjustments to the department head pay plan as part of the mid-level technical pay plan. This was part of the prior override. You allotted $500,000 in the prior override to conduct a study that had been basically on hold for more than a decade of whether or not we were compensating our non-union employees fairly. That resulted in significant raises, most notably to our social workers, which was a huge benefit, but also to folks that had not seen reevaluation in quite some time. That process is now largely shaken out. There is one final change in here for the Director of Water and Sewer. So you can look at all the different movements in here. It's just, a correction due to the, the intricacies of changing people's grades. Sometimes their pay actually went up less than it would have if they had stayed in the same grade. And so this is just a correction to that for Jay Hersey's position to ensure that he's at the right level of compensation. But other than that, there's nothing out of the ordinary for the positions listed on the department head pay plan. All that information is set, and that will be, if you vote this, that will all be set for the current fiscal year, and we'll be in good shape to proceed into FY27.
Anthony?
I have a question on the point one. What does that last sentence mean when it says, please note that positions such as town administrator, chief of police, fire chief, and town council have a different status due to provisions of other laws? What does that mean?
So some of those positions, so for like those three positions, my position, the chief of police and
Fire
the
and
fire.
town council.
So town council is slightly different than those, but we are the chiefs and I are contractual employees. So we are appointed based on your authority directly, and we work on contract rather than as part of the department head pay plan. With that said, all of our salaries are incorporated into our contracts, but this contract and not the pay plan is the source of our payment. Town council is reappointed, is a reappointed position, and so that's statutory, at the local statutory, I believe, and not. So that's just it's just a slightly different method of appointment. Whereas the rest of the department heads under the Town Administrator Act, I recommend them for appointment to you, and you make those appointments. But there's no special statute governing that, so they serve for they serve at will. They're at will employees, but they don't serve for a dedicated term the same way that I do, the chiefs do, and town council does.
Those terms being set by your contract.
Yes, in our case, yes. In town council's case, it's renewed every year. But yes, for the police chief, the fire chief, and we all operate on 3-year contracts.
Got it. Okay. So I don't understand. I guess it doesn't make sense to me. I guess it doesn't matter. Like town council is still for 1 year, but it's a contract.
So town council is not a contractual.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is right. Town council is the one, and some you can see the couple other positions that are listed there. They're not contractual employees. They are still department heads, but because there is a local law that says they must be reappointed by the select board every year, we reappoint them. But we treat them no differently than other department heads. It's just that we have to honor the terms of the local law when we reappoint them.
Okay.
Michael?
So you mentioned the director of water and sewer was a correction.
Yes.
And I was going to ask the question of why that particular position went up 2 steps as opposed to others which went up either 0 or 1.
Correct.
And I'm assuming that is the reason.
Yes.
So the question I have, and this I guess particularly applies to not the department heads, but potentially division heads or other sort of second-tier management positions. Was there any basically competitive analysis done for similar positions in other communities and potentially the need for adjustments in those?
Yes.
Just so that we don't find ourselves in the position of undercompensating relative to other opportunities that our excellent town staff may be able to afford themselves of.
Yes. So in both of those cases, all non-union positions were evaluated as part of that process that was undertaken during the last override cycle. So not just the department heads, but the division heads, the folks who are part of that, what we call the T plan, which is the technical and management staff. So that ranges all the way up to a T17, which is the director of public buildings, all the way down to technical employees down at the T4 or 5 level who are line employees with specific technical expertise. So all of those individuals were evaluated, and our target point for this was if we were out of alignment more than 5% with our basket of comparable communities, that we would bring those positions into alignment so that they were at parity or within 5% based on our pay plan. So we didn't want to blow up the pay plan, but we did bring people into alignment.
And when you say parity with our peer communities, are you talking about the average pay of those, or the 75th percentile, or what's the parity point at which was being considered?
It was the average. It was the average of different, but each position had a different basket of communities because some communities just don't have the positions. Some communities have different. So it really is. It is an art as much of a science to try and figure out, and people's responsibilities are different. For example, in our space, Lincoln's job is both treasurer, collector, and finance director. In other communities, those are 2 separate jobs. So, thinking about how these all fit together and what their roles and responsibilities are results in differing baskets of comparable communities for each position.
Yeah. One of the reasons I asked is because there is some risk if you are looking at the average, then that means that half of the communities in your basket are actually typically paying better than you.
Yes.
And that is a very large pool of opportunity
Yes.
that we have to respond to.
And in our case, we took the average as kind of the guide stone, but we didn't adhere to that at a one-to-one. For example, if we saw that there was a wide variance, if there was a significant standard deviation, then we looked at whether or not a movement upwards was appropriate in those circumstances. So it wasn't always targeting just the average. That was where we were trying to wind up. But we, for example, in some situations did see that there was significant variance and we wanted to be competitive. And, one of the analyses that was done for the Department of Public Works does target that 70%. That was a separate study that was done. So we are looking at that more at the 70th percentile rather than at the average.
Thank you.
I have a question sort of along those lines of, we did this essentially internal audit of pay structure. 5 years from now, are we going to have to do a similar audit, or did part of that work look at scaling over time?
Part of that work looked at scaling over time. And it is, I will be frank, our pay plan has evolved over the years. I think our next step, not in the immediate term, but probably over the next 5-10 years is rebuilding the pay plan. We now are where we want to be with a lot of these non-union positions in terms of compensation. What's out of whack sometimes is the pay bands and where the overlap is. It is very difficult to create new positions and move people around and create a situation that's equitable. You wind up, because our steps and grades are the way they are, you're never going to make everyone happy. You're always going to have a situation where someone is going to say, hey, wait a minute, that person is being paid X for this job, but I do more than that person does. Why am I being paid less? Why am I in a different pay plan? I get that a lot. And I understand why. We've asked this system, which has been around for many years, to do a lot. It's time in the near future for us to rebuild this pay plan, but that is going to take a significant investment. So it works now, and I think the compensation is correct and is likely to sustain us in that next 5-year window, 5 to 10 year window. But eventually we're going to want to look at, are the steps right? Are the grades right? Are the gaps between grades right? How can we make this cleaner going forward?
Thanks.
Under miscellaneous positions, there's measures of wood and bark, but there's some others that I'm wondering if they have more application. So for example, fence viewer.
Yes.
I would
Sounds like a
imagine
hard
that's
job.
something that town council would probably actually handle, but does Aaron truly deal with border disputes between neighbors?
Mm-hmm. Yes. If we need to inspect someone's fence, right? And again, yes, these are historic positions, and ultimately the responsibilities are diffuse among department heads. But there are times, for example, when we have to go back to who is the appropriate surveyor for this, and where's that authority coming from? So yeah, it's not all just historical oddities, but in many cases the reality is this responsibility is diffuse among multiple people in town. We just need to name someone by state law saying, yeah, this person does this job.
And can you describe in a bit more detail agent for management of real estate? That sounds very broad.
You know what? I have not looked up what the agent for management of real estate does, but I will get that information to you. It is a very broad.
That's your tax collector. That's your tax collector, essentially.
Thank you, Melissa. I knew someone knew.
All right.
And we have the measure of wooden barks.
Yes.
Taking on the oligarchy.
Two measurers. Pardon me?
I said taking on the oligarchy. Is what I said.
Right.
That's right.
And we have 4 inspectors of animals.
Wow.
Yes.
How much coal did we weigh last year? And how can we get that number to 0 as per our climate
It's
action?
part of net zero. It's part of fossil fuel freedom. Sorry, let me correct that. We will be fossil fuel free. There will be no weighing of coal. If we need to wake coal, we have the ability to
Well,
do
the
so.
town will be, but
Right.
our residents.
Right.
And this is for measuring the amount of coal people get when they buy it, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this is, I think you did a great job, Anthony, in your speech at town meeting, talking about, where these positions come from, why they're important. And it's very similar to Measure or Wood and Bark, right? And now that function is contained really within the health department, this idea of, weights and measures, ensuring that people aren't getting scammed by a scale somewhere. That used to be much more discrete tasks, and now that's professionalized in our departments.
All right, so I move approval of the question of making annual appointments as recommended by the town administrator, of department heads, administrators, and other officials and employees, and of setting the benefits, salaries, and wages of all non-union employees effective July 1st, 2026.
Yes.
Bernard? Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. With that, we will move to agenda item number 10, select energy solar panels. And the question of executing the bill of sale and solar panel storage agreements with Select for Pierce, Brookline High School, Hayes School, Brookline Village Library, and Fire Station 1. But first, we'll have a bit of a presentation.
Sorry, don't mind me. Good evening, everyone. Alexandra Vecchio. My keys were tangled within my dress, so I was just trying to detach myself. Alrighty, I will pull up our slide presentation here. So this evening, we're here to talk about our strategic solar initiative. This is what I'm going to refer to as part one of that initiative. And you've heard about this in kind of a few different forms, either when we were talking about our climate action and resiliency plan that was recently adopted at town meeting, when we were talking about our CIP authorizations, and to some degree when we were reviewing the contract for Driscoll Solar. So you've seen this in a few different iterations, but this evening I am here to talk about 5 projects that we are looking to advance in compliance with the investment tax credit. Before I jump into what that means and why that's important, I want to acknowledge our Deputy Director of Sustainability, Shelley Dean, who's here with me this evening. She's worked very hard to get us to this point. There has been a lot of complicated factors, and it takes a great deal of tenacity to get us to where we are. So I appreciate that. And also want to acknowledge Jonathan Simpson, who has been very helpful in advising us as we've been working through a lot of different contractual agreements. So just a quick reminder for, I think most of you know this, but where we stand on our municipal solar projects. Currently, the town has 2 town-owned systems. Those are relatively small at Putterham Library and on top of the Health Department building. We have 1 town-owned system that's currently under construction, very near conclusion, and that is at Driscoll School. And then we have 5 other PV arrays that have been developed as power purchase agreements, which means that those are not town-owned facilities, but instead basically we're leasing out our rooftop, and we're receiving a reduction on our overall utility bills. And those are at Brookline High School, Runkle School, Ridley, the swimming pool, as well as the Municipal Service Center. So that is our existing solar portfolio. And the question that was brought forward throughout the climate action resilience planning process as we were looking to become a designated climate leader community, as we think about our net zero goal, but also as we look at our financial forecast for utilities and bills in the future, was how do we find a way forward that is both sustainable and financially feasible. And the federal government, under the Biden administration, developed the Federal Investment Tax Credit. I'll refer to it as ITC. If you were here on the board when we talked about the Driscoll School project, then you've heard about this before. There have been a lot of unknowns on when this was expiring, and a lot of stress from that. But we now have some clarity, no less stress, but clarity that we have to either commence construction on or before July 4th, 2026, and then we have 4 years to place that system into service, or we can start construction after July 4th, but then it has to be placed into service by December 31st of 2027. So still an opportunity, but a much smaller window, and in the world of construction, one that makes my heart speed a little bit faster. So we have set our targets, our sights on that July 4th date, which is why we're here this evening. There are some other rules and regulations around the materials that can be used and essentially where they can come from. And so we've also ensured that we have compliance with all of those in the projects that are before you this evening. This work really stemmed in part from the Solar Financial Working Group, which included members of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, the Expenditures and Revenues Committee, the Commissioner of Public Works, Aaron Shute, and myself, as well as Select Board member Michael Rubenstein. And so the charge there was to really identify opportunities to reduce energy costs, manage financial risk, and advance Brookline's climate goals. And so what you're seeing this evening is the first phase of what the working group suggested, which is this dual track implementation strategy. So the first phase allowing the town to meet that deadline for the expiring tax credit, the ITC, and the other looking at more opportunities for solar on roofs, possibly over parking lots, ground mounted. That's going to require a little bit more financial analysis, a little bit more technical assessment, and it's going to take a little bit more time. So we split the work into what we call track 1 and track 2. So track 1 are those near-term installations. This was done in coordination with our Department of Public Buildings as well. Looking at which areas that we have just recently completed or are about to complete a roof renovation on, and felt that this would be a sound investment since we're looking at 20 plus years with this PV array installed. And then also looking at projects that were feasible for us to construct, again, within the time constraints that we have. Track 2 projects are future installations, so you'll be hearing way more about those, but right now I'll just say that we do have an RFQ out advertising these other 19 potential sites, and we'll be selecting a vendor to essentially conduct site feasibility and financial analysis for us and determine the prioritization of construction there. But for this evening, we're talking about track 1, which, as I said, includes Brookline High School. You heard that at the beginning as well. So this would be an additional PV arrays on top of the high school. So we're calling phase 2, the Brookline Village Library, Fire Station 1, Hayes School, and Pierce School. I will just note that Pierce School, we are moving kind of with this package. However, the CIP, FY27 CIP allocation is not being used towards the Pierce School purchase. That will be the Pierce School budget. So it is coming from a different funding source, but still moving along with that July 4th deadline in mind. This gives you an overview of the different projects. Both including the size, the preliminary construction cost, what we expect to receive from the tax credit, the first year production that's anticipated, what percentage of the electricity this would absorb based off of our fiscal year 25 usage at those buildings, the savings that we'll see over 20 years, which is really the minimum lifespan, I would say, of a system, and then the payback. Yeah.
Could you send out the full spreadsheet of how that table was calculated?
Yes, and also I have it in here. So yes. So as you can see, Pierce School is probably what you would say is one of our most advantageous projects. It essentially, we're getting a payback on that project immediately. In less than a year. For the fire station, has a much longer return on that investment. It is a much smaller system. I will also note that the fire station, those numbers are really based off of the electric usage that we have now. That fire station, as you all know, is scheduled to go under renovation soon and will become an all-electric building. So it will have a very different cost breakdown for electricity in the future. And we will also expect an increased rate on electricity. So the numbers that are presented here are based off of the current data, but we anticipate that will shift significantly. And then the main library, we're looking at a payback in about 9.5 years, Hayes School just over 6, and the high school just under 6 years. For point of reference, Driscoll School, we were looking at a payback of somewhere between 6 and 7 years for that project. Yep.
So the total cost of 1.9 million with with an 871,000 credit. So does that mean that those 4 projects are basically going to cost us 1.1 or about $1.1 million in total?
Yes. So it's the payback, because the tax credit for Pierce is included in that next column.
Okay.
That includes the 293 from Pierce as well. So it's actually a little bit less than that. So it's 871 minus 293.
The reason I bring up those numbers is because the CIP item is $3.2 million.
It is.
So will you be speaking to what the rest of that money will be used for?
Yes.
Okay.
So great question. Thank you. So the 3.2 million was set to both get us started with these projects, ensure that we had enough for all of the down payments that are necessary until we get the tax credit and return back. I'm sure I don't have to tell you all, it's not instantaneous. So we don't get to say we've signed the contract, please give me $300,000, federal government. They're like, of course. So there's a bit of a gap there. So we wanted to ensure we had time to cover that gap, but also the remaining 3.2 million is going towards the Track 2 projects as well. So for us to get started on installation, assessments, construction of those additional properties. So we'll all continue to go towards the strategic solar initiative.
Thank you.
So that 3.2 is currently sitting in the Sustainability Department budget, not yet deployed?
Correct. It's in the CIP, but yes.
Okay. And then Town Administrator, where is that money earning interest somewhere? Or where is that money sitting at the moment?
Melissa, I think it's in a cash account. So I'm
It's
not sure.
free cash, if that answers that.
Yeah.
So the CIP, the cash related projects are segregated into a separate account that the department then has access to until it's exhausted.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
it's earning whatever interest it can in a liquid account.
Okay. But it's in a full liquid account?
Yes.
Okay.
So that it can be spent.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a good question.
So I have a quick breakdown on each of the projects, and this was highlighted in the table that you saw, but just as a little bit of a visual understanding of what we're talking about. Pierce School, we have a 329 kilowatt system with a preliminary cost of 1.15 million. Looking at 406,877,000 for our first year of production, and that payback timeline of less than a year. SMART, I apologize, is one of the state incentive programs. So in addition to the federal tax credit, there's also incentives through Massachusetts that we are taking advantage of for these projects as well. So this project, though, because obviously Pierce is under construction right now, this project has a preliminary design where over the mechanical equipment, there are essentially decking, thank you, Shelley, decking for solar panels to go on top of there to take advantage of that space so we don't lose that rooftop space. That does make it a slightly more complicated design and has taken a bit of back and forth with Select Energy to figure out what the pathway forward is. We think we have that pathway, but as we are chasing that July 4th deadline, as is every other municipality and customer in Massachusetts. And so they said, can we finalize this for certain after July 4th? And we said yes, because all of the designs that you're seeing right now are preliminary, still have to go through a structural analysis and things like that. So we're hopeful, but we have carried some extra contingencies just in case. So I'm hopeful that the project cost overall for Pierce may actually decrease from what we're seeing here. This breaks every rule about presentation 101, but I think this is what you were looking for, Anthony. So I'm happy, I have this for each of the projects. I'm happy to go through it, but also can share it with you all immediately afterwards so that you can see. But essentially, you're seeing this is calculated over 20 years, looking at the estimated solar production for each year, what our savings are, either from electricity bill savings, the state incentive revenue, that's the SMART program that I referenced, and then our overall revenue and savings that are generated. Then we carry in operations and maintenance cost, So the first year that's included after the first year of construction, and then after that it would be a new contract, likely with the installer, to continue that operations and maintenance. If there is debt service, in the case of Pierce, we're carrying that as well, and then we end up with our total costs, overall net cash flow, and what the cumulative budget is. And this is all of these cash flow projections are taken into account after the ITC. So this is assuming that 30% return. In the case of Pierce, it's actually 25%, but the other project's 30% return. For Fire Station 1, this is a smaller system, 21 kilowatts, with a preliminary cost of $123,000 and a first-year production of 23,810 kilowatt hours. And Fire Station, as I mentioned, Fire Station 1's electricity usage and costs are really expected to increase with the building electrification. And so the payback projections are based off of what's on our current electricity rates. And so because there are some additional engineering that needs to be done for this particular site, and because it hasn't undergone construction yet for us to have all the information that we normally would before we would be installing solar, we are carrying a higher contingency. So similar to Pierce, we are basically buffering ourselves to make sure that we are compliant with the ITC, have enough money in place to move these projects forward. But we will be back before you with a final purchase and installation agreement, and with that, final numbers for the actual project costs for each. Same thing here, you see the cost breakdown for the fire station and the overall costs, both net cash flow and the cumulative cost impacts. Brookline Village Library, this is a 60 kilowatt system with a preliminary cost of $278,000. The first year production is 69,011 kilowatt hours, and the payback timeline is just over 7 years. The cost estimate for this project and all of the others includes a 5% contingency. So likely not a lot of movement in the numbers on these. And again, I realize this is a lot of numbers, but just wanted to include it so that you had it for reference as we move forward. Yeah.
How do we calculate the electricity savings?
Go ahead.
So the electricity savings is the amount of electricity that gets generated times the current rate that we're paying for electricity at that site. So if that building, I don't know off the top of my head what Brookline Village's electricity rate is, but if it's 18 cents a kilowatt hour, you know, then it's times 18 cents a kilowatt hour. And for the second year, there's a small escalation in that. So there's an assumption that over time, the amount of electricity that gets generated decreases slightly each year as the solar panels become slightly less efficient, but the cost per kilowatt hour goes up slightly each year as well.
Perfect. Thanks.
And Shelley, can you tell me, for year one, were these based off of current Eversource electricity rates or the new proposed ones that are?
It was based actually on fiscal. It was based on fiscal year 25, because that was the only year we had the full year's worth of information.
Perfect. Thank you.
Most recent full year's worth of information.
Awesome.
So for Hay School, a larger system, 205 kilowatts, a preliminary cost of $684,000, with a projected first year of 240,799 kilowatt hours, with a payback timeline of just over 6 years. And this also carries that same 5% contingency. Again, you're seeing the same table that you've seen before. The only thing I will point out here is you're seeing in that column that's excess generation revenue. That's actually stemming from, this is a school building. And so assuming some downtick in operations and usage over the summer months, and that we may be generating more than we're actually needing to use in that building. Yeah.
Sorry, I feel bad, but I keep ruining your flow here. But if we generate more than we're actually using, who's giving us that money? Is that coming from Eversource because we're adding to the grid?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're charging back what percent of what they charge to you? We don't know, but that's just what we would get.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know the exact percentage, but it's close to, but not
Yeah.
not what we pay for electricity.
Yeah, I understand. Perfect, thanks.
We don't actually have many projects. We have one right now, our solar panels at the Municipal Service Center, but for the most part, we don't generate more than we use at any of the places that we have PV arrays. So this would be an exciting advancement for us. And then Brookline High School, we already have solar that you can see reflected in the gray portion, if you will, of the building in the upper right-hand corner. And then we're adding additional panels there with an additional 248 kilowatts at a cost of $839,000. And a first-year production of 308,000 kilowatt hours with a payback timeline of just under 6 years, and also carrying that 5% contingency. And same thing here, the same breakdown that you were seeing before with revenues, savings, anticipated costs, and our overall budget, all after the ITC is applied. So for this evening, we are requesting a vote from the Select Board to authorize the purchase of these solar PV arrays from Select Energy, and then execution of bills of sale and the solar panel storage agreements, essentially saying that Select will hold these panels for us for a period of 12 months. It can be extended after that if we need to. And that would ensure that once those contracts are in place and an initial down payment is made, then we have complied with the necessary regulations for the investment tax credit. And then we would be returning to the board likely in July or early August with the full purchase and installation agreements after we've had a chance to finalize those with town council, our staff, and the building department. But we'll still lock us in for that July 4th deadline. And happy to take any questions. Yes.
Hang on one more. If you go back one slide, this is also for a school project. Why do we not think we're going to get excess generation revenue from this one?
First of all, Brookline High School, as you know, is a very large building. So we're not, even with covering virtually the entire roof, we're not covering nearly 100% of the electricity that's being used at the school. And also there are some programs and stuff at the school, so that over the summer, so there's higher usage over the summer, or anticipated higher usage over the summer at Brookline High School than at Hayes proportionally.
Got it. Thank you.
When we looked at all these projects, we looked at the historic electricity usage from all the data sets that we have from Eversource bills, so that was taken into account.
Awesome.
Other questions?
Michael? I was just doing some rough math in terms for a couple of the projects with taking the cost and dividing it by the kilowatt hours and dividing it by the payback time. And it seems like the average cost for electricity over the course of 20 years is about 45 or 46 cents a kilowatt hour on average through that time. Is that comport with your numbers, is my first question. And the second question is, what was the basis you used to estimate the inflation costs of electricity over the 20 years?
I have to say I haven't done the math quite the same way that you have, so I feel like I can't really speak to the 45 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay.
You know, the numbers start out pretty small. You know, the numbers start out,
18.
You know, like 18, 19 cents per kilowatt hour.
Right.
You know, over 20 years, the expectation is that electricity has historically increased somewhere around 2 to 2.5%. The cost of electricity per year, and I know that was added into the into the cost escalations, but I haven't done it in my head to say, so in year 20, how much, what is the cost of electricity? I should have done that, but I haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
And
Go ahead.
I guess the one thing that I would say is we do know, for example, that right now, FY '26's electricity costs are higher than FY '25's by more than 2.5%. And we've signed an electricity supply contract as well that includes an increase that will go into effect next year, which will raise things even more, just because the price of electricity is getting more expensive.
I would say generally the projections that we have err on the side of caution, so that you all will be pleasantly surprised when we save more money than I told you we would.
Any further questions? Discussion? All right. Well, I then move that we support executing the bill of sale and solar panel storage agreements with Select Energy for Pierce School, Brookline High School, Hayes School, Brookline Village Library, and Fire Station 1. Bernard?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. If I may, I have hard copies. We're on a very tight timeline, and I was hoping that at the end of the meeting I could get you to sign the hard copies that I have, which have already been co-signed by Select Solar, as opposed to the ones in your packet that they have not signed. Is that possible, that I could get your signatures this evening?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
In fact, while we're discussing this next item, why don't you, if you have the hard copies, you can send them up. We'll pass them around round robin.
Also, thank you guys for figuring out all of the administrative hoopla in order to
Yeah.
make this happen.
Awesome stuff. How do you do that? What do you do?
All right, so our next
Cost
item
divided by the-
is public outreach and communication, discussion of select board outreach and communication strategy with the broader community, including but not limited to education on warrant articles, email response policies, and office hours.
20.
So, this is a follow-on from your discussion at the your work session. And at that time, Bernard pointed out, and I think it was a good point, that we didn't have the prior communication policy in front of you, and also it was getting a little late in the day. So we thought we would defer it to this point and have this discussion with you all here. So now we have the 2024 communication policy, which I think, was an attempt, an early attempt at trying to, set outreach and communication guidelines appropriately. And then you have also in there a number of items about warrant articles. You have a 2017 draft, how to write a warrant article document. You have Michael's document in there, and then you have additional guidance, I believe, 2023, although I'll double check. So you've got a number of different attempts at helping town meeting members write effective warrant articles, or and I think too, the core issue, at least as I see it, is right. How do you help town meeting members and members of the community solve issues that they've identified or take on initiatives that they've identified? Because sometimes, in fact, oftentimes, the way to do that is not by submitting a warrant article. It's by petitioning the select board, petitioning a department, figuring out a way to change policy or change practice in such a way that achieves the aim that you want. It tends to be, there are some things that do require local legislation, and we should obviously be supportive of that when that comes up. But the benefit to things being able to be done with policies is that policies can be flexible and change and develop in accordance with how we actually see them flow, whereas laws are good for broad statements and general application. But when you make a bylaw too prescriptive, you wind up locking yourself in, and that can often lead to issues that the community later then has to deal with by amending the bylaw. So there's a balance to be struck there. So I think the goal, as you discuss these, especially when it comes to warrant articles, I think the underlying question is, what are you trying to help people do? If it's trying to help people get the policy outcome or the process outcome that they want, I want us to be as helpful as possible. We on staff to be as helpful as possible to you all in supporting that initiative. So I guess, Michael, this was your request to put on, and I don't know if you...
Sure. So let me start by saying that I took this on really specifically in response to a roadmap strategy and a roadmap action that we established when we passed the roadmap, the 2030 roadmap. And my sense of just reading those, this is Action 2E1 for those people who are looking at the roadmap details, which is to confirm that warrant articles have been properly vetted with staff in advance of filing and ensure that they are in line with previous stated priorities and work plans. If a warrant article causes the select board to reprioritize, identify the impact on redirecting staff time. And this is also sort of the need for this was somewhat confirmed by the several warrant articles that came up in the last town meeting, often in the form of resolutions, but not always, where the substance of the warrant articles ended up changing dramatically from the point of filing to the point of what was actually passed by or considered by town meeting, most of the time passed. And so it's, upon reflection, if those warrant articles had come either to staff or if staff had directed them to committees or if the select board had taken them up sooner before filing, I think a lot of the challenges that were ultimately worked out either in conversations with the advisory committee or conversations with the select board and significant changes in the scope of those warrant articles would have been better handled before the actual filing. So the letter that I constructed was really designed to invite people who are considering warrant articles, and I've heard bits and pieces of various warrant articles that are in consideration for the fall, to engage with town staff. Now, one of the concerns that I just want to be really clear about, and I discussed with the town administrator earlier, is to ensure that town staff actually has the time to engage at the level that would be worthwhile. And the reason that I constructed this letter was actually to sort of force that question, because in making sure that this letter gets reviewed by the town administrator and department heads, I didn't want to put us in the position of inviting engagement with town staff that town staff doesn't have time to do. So I am making the assumption, based on the feedback that I've gotten, that concern has been substantially addressed. Now, to the point that that the town administrator has raised about the previous efforts, the one that I would add to the items that are part of 11A is also the significant number of pages within the town meeting handbook, which goes through the warrant article process from a legislative perspective, and discusses, the issues of scope and the issues of filing deadlines, et cetera. And it's not either my intention, nor do I believe it is the select board's intention when we established this item on the roadmap to replace those legislative processes, to impede those legislative processes, but instead was to facilitate better warrant article creation through engagement with town staff. So I really viewed this as supplementary. Now, I recognize that, the letters from 2017, the guidelines that we produced in 2020 were in some ways had similar goals to improve the process of writing, but it is now 2026, and my suspicion is that though there are a number of people who have engaged with this in the past, that it is worthy of a refresh and a re-invitation to both members of town meeting, as well as citizens in the town more broadly, who might bring citizen petition articles to town meeting. I did make one amendment to this, which I sent to the town administrator and town staff, which was basically to insert a paragraph that was a one-line reference to the town meeting handbook, simply to acknowledge the primacy of that document and to make some non-substantive corrections to the third paragraph about engagement. But other than that, I view this really as our meeting the goal that we have set for ourselves, and to be completed in year one. So I will leave it at that and appreciate your consideration and discussion.
Amanda?
So I just want to say, I think when this was framed initially, like the first document in the docket is on communication, and I think that's somewhat of a separate issue than what we're talking about here, and so that should probably be a separate discussion. But for what we're talking about here, I think it is really important to recognize that as someone who has brought citizen petitions before, there can be gatekeeping when we say, you must go to town staff, and then town staff don't have time. And then we say, well, why didn't you talk to town staff about this? So I want to make sure that if we are setting forth this goal, that there is a way to engage and still be respectful of staff time, right? To be able to get staff time as consultant as opposed to having to give hours and hours to a warrant article to improve it, but that it's not used to gatekeep which warrant articles we work to make better and which ones we look to sweep under the rug.
Well, I think that's a great point, and I think that's a conversation that I think is helpful to have here, which is there an expectation that staff give time to every warrant article? Because I don't think that's feasible. And then, what's helpful to us then is, what are you asking us to prioritize? And the roadmap helps us with that. We can say, we will look in the roadmap, we will see, is this in the furtherance of one of your priorities? And if the answer is no, then I think maybe the answer to the petition is, we appreciate this, but we don't think this is a priority for the town at this time. And that's not gatekeeping, that's the reality of the situation. Now, it doesn't mean that the person can't file the warrant article. It doesn't take much. They can file it, they can bring it forward, and we can discuss why things are or aren't a priority. We can still work to try and make it the best possible article it can be within those constraints. But if you tell us it's not a priority, then we will treat it, we will focus on the things that you are asking us to prioritize as opposed to the things you're asking us not to. So I think maybe that's the way to frame it. I think it's tough to think about it as gatekeeping when really what it is there are only so many hours in the day, and there's a lot that people ask us to work on, including resolutions, things that don't have legally binding requirements, but that you take seriously and you ask us to take seriously. And I don't think that's a bad thing inherently, but I think it is something that you want to consider when you think about prioritization of our time. Is there, and so maybe this is an opportunity to do that, in inviting people to submit things significantly earlier before the opening of the warrant. It allows you to give guidance to us on where you see your priorities and how we can then work through that. And it allows the community to understand too, so that there isn't this sense of, oh, I submitted this and I didn't hear anything, or oh, I submitted this and staff said they don't want to do it. I think it allows them to be heard and understand better if that process begins at the select board level. But again, do you want to invite that level of discussion over the summer, or do you want us to look at your roadmap and the other priorities that you've outlined and try and build out prioritization that way? I think is my question.
I would also just add that gatekeeping sometimes often has a negative connotation, but I interpret this more as a way to help the petitioner be more successful, because as we often see in the run-up to town meeting, there are some petitioners, well, I don't think there are any petitioners necessarily who are not well-intentioned, but they're petitioners who have a certain objective they want to achieve, but they may not quite understand how to get there. They might phrase things in such a way that if they approach town staff a bit too late in the process, the moderator might deem it out of scope, and then there's a delay for that reason. But had they come to staff earlier, that barrier would have been identified and rectified in timely fashion. So I see it as an opportunity to make warrant articles more successful by adopting these recommendations. I'll also note that the second paragraph of the warrant article vetting invitation explicitly states, notes that this engagement is not intended to replace the town's legislative processes in any way. Engaging with town staff is not a requirement to file a warrant article, nor is collecting the necessary signatures for a petition necessary to engage with town staff. However, the select board believes that engaging with town staff will facilitate the town's legislative processes and allow issues that necessitate a change in scope to be considered before filing a warrant article. So I think that's the main advantage, but I do hear what you're saying, that sometimes a petitioner might not get a timely response from staff, and as we're hearing from the town administrator, there are legitimate bandwidth issues, but that does sort of encourage petitioners to maybe get out front a bit earlier than they normally would, and then hopefully there'll be enough time that everybody gets a substantive response.
Well, and could you, like, as Michael wrote in this, I don't even know what piece that we're all looking at, would town staff feel comfortable saying, I got 15 warrant articles sent to the town administrator's office. These 5 of them are directly applicable to your roadmap. So we're going to encourage town staff to talk to those 5 petitioners, and the other 15 will send a message saying, this is outside the scope of the priorities, you're welcome to pursue it, but we don't have the bandwidth.
I guess there's a couple of criteria here that we're talking about that I think we have to sort of tease apart. One is, in any particular warrant article, how much time is it going to take for town staff to engage with this warrant article? And that may require a sort of a fixed level of evaluation before the select board can provide feedback or direction. So there's the question of time. There's the question of, does this warrant article align with the roadmap, in which might also impact the select board's guidance, and then there's the question of, and this is sort of related to the time question, but there's the question of, does the staff actually think that a warrant article is the most effective way to achieve the results that the petitioners are actually seeking? And we sort of have, I believe, we sort of have to allocate some fixed amount of time up front as part of the analysis process to give the information to the select board before the select board can provide that feedback.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm not exactly sure how to work that into the schedule, because warrant articles are not necessarily going to all come on, July 10th, so that we have 6 weeks or whatever before the filing deadline. So it's going to be a rolling process.
But I think, and this is where I think you've got to, that third thing is what I think might be missing from this current draft, is the sense of, right now it seems to presuppose, that a warrant article that is the way forward, right? If you want to file, but I think there's kind of a step 0 here, which is, have you identified something that the town isn't doing that it should be doing, or that it is currently doing that it should stop doing, or, something along those lines. Have you identified an issue that you think local government should be engaged to solve? If so, what is that? And do you think a local law is necessary to do it? If so, this is your opportunity. Please, submit that. If you think it should be in the form of a bylaw, please give us that information, because that, I think, that sort of step zero allows for, reframes the conversation in a certain way. It doesn't presuppose that a bylaw is the right way to do things, but it allows still another opportunity for people to formally talk to the select board and say, hey, there's something that's not happening that I would like to happen, or something that is happening that needs to stop happening.
So in the third paragraph of the body, after the sort of whereas clauses at the top, where it talks about send drafts and explanations for your proposed warrant articles to, what I believe you're talking about is they may not be drafts and explanations for proposed warrant articles, but something that is more step zero, which is a description of the problem that needs to be solved.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason that I was asking for it in terms of drafts and explanations for warrant articles is because I think at least that forces the petitioners to do some level of work to structure what they're providing. And I guess the question is it worth having somebody go through that exercise for the town staff to turn around and say, well, actually, if we amended this policy, then it would achieve the goals as you stated in the explanation, and you wouldn't need the warrant article.
Yeah, and I think it's a tough balance to strike, because you don't want just, I think there should be better dog licenses,
Right.
That's not helpful. But you also, right, to your point, you don't want someone to spend a lot of time building something out only to be told, well, we could do this. We are already doing this, or there's a way to do this more easily. But maybe that is just the level of process that needs to be engaged with. So, maybe there's language that could be drafted that says, whether your proposal takes the form of a warrant article or something else, it should be, I'm trying to think of a way to wordsmith it, a way to ensure that proposals are substantive, but not necessarily presuppose that they are destined to be legislation. I'm trying to think of ways to get helpful input.
I mean, it's sort of by draft, right? Like, if you're accepting a draft, you're not expecting a final. And just to say, like, the explanation can be a paragraph, and the draft can be, start with the resolution, and then you come, still the process is missing, but you come before someone, talk to someone, and they're like, actually, this is a bylaw change. Like, that would be a much more straightforward path. I think draft is fine. It's just, I still don't understand who is doing what evaluation in the lead up to the closing of the warrant.
So I think as I understand it, and sorry, I'm trying to synthesize what you've been saying, there's two kind of work streams. There's the work stream on staff side, which is we get something in, and I would suggest you put a, what they call in admissions, the soft cap, priority consideration by this date, so that you encourage a firm deadline for people to get their information in. And then you say that once that date passes, staff will evaluate what we've got, and we will evaluate how complex a task is, how much, whether there are alternatives that could be used to address this, whether we think they align with any of the goals that you've outlined for us, and whether there's an alternative that could achieve the same ends. And then we take that to you, and you have that conversation amongst yourselves about, in public, obviously, about whether or not you agree that this is where staff should be prioritizing their time.
I think there should be a little bit more of a political process here, and what I'm saying to that is, like, I feel like the first filter should be a select board member, to be honest with you. I feel like a select board member should hear a public idea, a public complaint, or public something, and then we say, you're kind of right, and then we take it to staff, rather than it being staff first, because I feel like that could open the floodgates a lot to a lot of work for the staff.
My one concern with that is then it looks like we're sort of taking over the legislative process, or we're the executive. I understand it's well-intentioned, it's well-meaning.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that the legislative branch wants their efforts filtered through the executive branch in that manner.
That makes sense, but I also don't know if this is talking about legislative efforts, because I think the whole idea is saying, what are you trying to do legislatively that we could actually do executively, And then if we can't do it executively, then you have to go through the legislative process. But, I think it's reasonable to say, here's what I want, here's what I would like my executive to do. And then if one of us says, I think that's actually a good idea, we could take it to staff and go forward. But that's my take.
Yeah, I think I'm more aligned with David. I am very sensitive to what Amanda brought up very early in terms of us being too strong a gatekeeper. I think the intention of the roadmap goal was to facilitate the creation of the warrant articles. And so, if there is an alternative that is a better way forward for a particular warrant, for a particular issue, I think that we can identify that, or staff can identify that through their evaluation, but I think that the premise coming into this process is that somebody is trying to move something through the legislature. Okay. Because if we're talking about this the broader question of of anything that somebody thinks the town could do to do things better, that's really a much broader question. And I don't think that in terms of the particular goal within the roadmap, I don't think that was the aim of the goal. I think the aim of the goal was to take the warrant articles that people are trying to move the legislative process and ensure that both the legislative process is the optimal form for that goal, and that the way that they had structured their warrant articles was, to whatever extent that staff can help optimize that before filing, that they would have the opportunity to do so. So I think the goal of this, the goal here is actually more limited than you've described, Chaz. It's actually not that step zero of here's something that we should improve. It's actually, I'm trying to move something through the legislative process, but by giving the town staff an opportunity to review it before filing, they may be able to make substantive improvements either in any one of those three ways that would.
And these improvements are recommendations.
Yeah, all of these improvements are recommendations.
Yeah, just making that clear.
Because ultimately, staff is going to weigh in on every warrant, just about every warrant article anyway, when we have our warrant article discussion. So I think the goal here is to try to make the warrant article more likely to succeed from sort of a bureaucratic perspective in terms of understanding the process, knowing what's already out there. And maybe the staff feedback might just be macro level, you're on the right track, or actually you probably want to change X, Y, Z without actually doing it for the petitioner.
Or it might be a recommendation to the select board that this is maybe an interesting topic, but we're actually going to take this up in a future time, or this should be referred to a committee for further study, and it's not really ready to go to the legislature. It could go into any of those directions as well.
Yeah, I mean, let me take a concrete example. We'll talk about dark sky policy. That was a town meeting-led initiative. Town meeting members obviously have a lot of interest in this. There is community support for dark sky bylaw of some kind, regulations. It was what I think was missing from that process was guidance from the select board. Is this something we should be spending our time on or not? Because if you want us to do this, what should we not be doing? Because there were things that we were working on that were, germane to this work in different ways. What that kind of sprung out of was the fact that we didn't have good regulations. We didn't have good bylaws about light regulation. Light pollution is a problem. And because of the way that our bylaws are written, it's hard for us to enforce light pollution rules. So we tried to come up with a solution to that problem. And then the community said, this is great. It's an opportunity to talk about dark skies. And all of a sudden it became about something much bigger, which again is not a problem, but we were kind of stuck in this moment where we said, what should we be doing? Should we try and say to town meeting, we appreciate this, but we're trying to solve the problem that was identified, which is we struggle to regulate light pollution? Or do we want to take this whole, this broader question of, light pollution writ large and its impact on the environment and its impact on the community and try and, adapt a model dark sky law for this community? And I think we kind of got stuck. It was sort of a situation where it was like, yes, and, or, let's work on both. And I don't think anyone ever actually said that, but there was the board didn't ultimately say to us, listen, continue your work on light pollution and tell the town meeting members we will do this in stages. Or, no, pull this back and work exclusively on the broader dark skies. It wasn't really until we got to town meeting that I felt like we had concrete guidance, which was kind of driven by the discussion on the floor of town meeting, which was the will of the voters seemed to be, we want dark skies and we don't want to deal with this light pollution stuff in the absence of a broader dark skies policy. And so it was pulled, and that's where we wound up. I think had we started at the beginning with a conversation, had someone come to us at the beginning and said, we want to do dark skies, I think our response to you using this framework that you've identified is this will take a lot of work. This will be a large scale project. And we have not heard you, the select board, to date say that this is a priority. Our priority, if we were to spend time on this, would be on the narrow question of light pollution, because that is a clear problem that we struggle to enforce. And then you would, under this circumstance, you would have the opportunity to tell us, no, it makes sense to us to try and do dark skies work, focus on that.
Well, given the guidance from staff that this is a large body of work, it would seem to me that a reasonable response from the select board is, given that this is a large body of work, if we can break it up into multiple steps, then let's deal with the sort of setting up the regulations first, and that would be our recommendation. But it would really not be our recommendation to staff. It would be our recommendation based on the staff's feedback to the petitioners, because ultimately the petitioners are going to have to decide what they want to file.
But I think this dark skies versus light pollution question is germane for what Michael was talking about at the outset, in that I think the way the conversation evolved was actually, initially there were people who were just interested in the light pollution portion, but then we had that whole discussion with town council about, well, is it going to be zoning or is it going to be bylaw? And if it's zoning, then prior alleged violators are grandfathered in, so it could only be prospective.
Right.
And if you want it to apply to everybody, both forward and backward, it needs to be by bylaw, but so far the signage portion is in our zoning. And so it got more complicated, but that is all the more reason why having these early conversations would be helpful.
Yep.
Because I'm not sure that everyone understood those nuances. And I think that's why the conversation evolved, because dark skies sort of became the way to get around this via a bylaw change that would require some other language coming out. And that's why we have a moderators committee that's working on it. But that type of guidance from staff, I think, is extremely beneficial. And that's what we are ultimately looking for.
And I think I will say just on that one too, and this is, I see this most often with town council, and so I just want to stick up for that office. We are the most educated community per capita in the United States. We have the most advanced degrees. There are a lot of lawyers in this community, and they are all very smart people, and they do a lot of good work. I see town council's opinion get second guessed a lot, and I would just, as we go through this, I would strongly encourage the board, to question, obviously, those opinions and that judgment in private and speak to town council. Town council and his team are always open about this and willing to have those conversations. But it gets really tough when other lawyers get up on the floor of town meeting and basically say, town council doesn't know what he's talking about. Joe's been working in municipal government for like 40 years. Joe knows what he's talking about. I say it happens most often with town council, but I see it with other department heads too, where there are people out there who have a lot of expertise in these fields and speak very authoritatively and come up and say, I have an opinion on this subject. I do think it would be beneficial for staff to have the select board in that instance be able to come up and say, yes, we respect your opinion, we respect your judgment, but the people who we hire and the people who we spend and work to do this are telling us that your opinion, while is it's your opinion and we respect it, is not the opinion that we're going to follow here. Because I think leaving department heads out in those situations is tough. So I would just want to make sure that we figure out a way to ensure that everyone is on the same page, and that we're not leaving the department heads out on the floor of town meeting.
You have really accurately and well defined a significant challenge that we have as select board members. However, I would also say within the context of the legislative process, we also are presenting, whether it is based on the expertise of our town staff or our own opinions, a position of the select board to the legislative body. And it is therefore then the legislative body's role and privilege to consider our position relative to all of those other very intelligent positions that are being presented on the floor of town meeting or in advance as part of the legislative process. So, we also have political considerations to consider in terms of, how we present the executive branch's position on these issues to the legislative branch.
I would just maybe thread that needle a little bit in that the place to rely heavily on staff is not at town meeting. It's in the hearings leading up to town meeting when we are hearing a certain warrant article. That's where I look to get guidance from town staff and their read on things, because they are the experts that we rely on as a select board, in addition to our own opinions, but like to better inform our opinions and what we're coming out with, to then have a endorsement or rejection of a warrant article that then we present to town meeting. And so I think the place where maybe it is most useful is in this sort of like pre-hearing stage, where we are trying to figure out if some sort of process can actually improve warrant articles that are going to come before town meeting. Because I do think, and just to give maybe not a specific example, temperatures rise at town meeting, especially when people get very animated with whatever they believe in, right? But if we can sort of turn down the temperatures and start talking nuance in a way that's not like an up and down vote, but a how do we improve what is coming before us, I think that will benefit everyone.
And just to be clear with my remarks, I was by no means trying to suggest that department heads were not competently expressing their opinions. My point was just that having that feedback early on is helpful in shaping the trajectory of a warrant article so that it can be timely and likelier to succeed and reflect the will of town meeting. So had the drafters of that warrant article had an opportunity, such as laid out from our roadmap, to present their idea early on, and town council had responded, well, here's the issue about zoning versus bylaw, I'm not questioning his opinion. I'm just saying having that information up front would have helped the drafting of the warrant article.
No, I agree with that. And I think that's the other thing, to Michael's point. This is something I say to department heads all the time, right? You are directly accountable to the voters, right? You face election every 3 years. You are the direct political leaders of this town. You're the executive, and you have political considerations that you, by virtue of your position, insulate staff from. It's our job to implement your policies, but you all take the heat when those policies are implemented, and you are bound by political considerations that we are not bound by. And so if you as a select board make a decision, I think it makes, we want to do X for these reasons. It can be any reasons. It can be no reasons, right? Our job is to respect that and to implement that. So we can offer our opinions and our advice, and based on our expertise, what we know. But you all have a broader universe to consider that is not always just, does staff think it's a good idea? And I really don't want us to be in that situation where, well, staff says it's a good idea, so we should do it. I actually think we should be challenged and encouraged to think about the broader position, not just, in our own boxes, the day-to-day operation of the town. There are broader political considerations. And so just to play that dark skies hypothetical out, we come to you and we say, hey, there's a proposed dark skies bylaw. It would take a lot of time. We've never heard you say anything about it. Our recommendation would be, don't, focus on light pollution. And your response could well be, well, wait a minute, the community is telling us something, and maybe we should refocus our attention on that. And okay, so we are going to tell staff in this instance, no, it makes sense for you to refocus your energy on this, and we'll say, great, that's the answer to the question.
Or the answer may be to go to the petitioner and say, given this staff recommendation, would you consider X?
Right. But what I'm saying is, I don't want there to be a situation where I don't want it to be a situation where staff just says, oh, we don't like it, and everyone says, okay, we accept that as gospel. There are political considerations and things and policy considerations that you all have to make. And so we're not the be all and the end all here. You guys are. And so I want to be very clear on what our responsibility is. It's to inform and provide as much information as possible for you to make informed decisions about what the priorities are.
Right. And I think that the priority question that we're actually wrestling with right now is, given this roadmap directive that we've established, and we could, through the course of this conversation, realize that we made a mistake and maybe we shouldn't be. This is not a good use of staff time, but I don't think we are there. And to say and to establish what the process is and how much time we want to commit of town staff towards this preliminary part of the warrant article development process. Because, as David said, once the warrant article gets filed, it's going to come before the select board. We're going to have a hearing. We're going to get feedback from staff anyway. So it's not really, that part of the process is, at least from my perspective, not necessarily germane to this goal. The purpose of this goal is to optimize the downstream processes as much as we can, with some fixed and hopefully limited amount of effort on staff's part.
So would, in order to move this forward, could we take sort of what Michael wrote and have a deadline 6 weeks ahead of the closing of the warrant. I don't know how much ahead time to say if you would like to get staff input into a proposed warrant article, submit it to whoever by this date. And then we set up a process by which staff will do some sort of high-level analysis, not a ton of staff time to inform a discussion of the select board as to how to handle them.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we track warrant articles informally now, right? When around the time that the warrant starts to open, every department head meeting, I come out and say, all right, who's got something? Who's shown up? Who's talking about submitting a warrant article? What do you hear? And we talk through it that way. I think formalizing that, frankly, I can put together, a shared spreadsheet that basically says, all right, here's we're going to keep this running tally, and at a certain date, this will be the soft cutoff, after which, if things come in, we will continue to review and we will continue to list them, but we may not have enough time to devote serious effort to it. And then we'll bring them to the select board. We'll say, here's what we've heard. Here's what we think the level of effort would be. Here's whether we think it could be accomplished via other means. And here's where we think it sits within your stated priorities.
That's perfect.
Right.
That's perfect.
We can do that.
I will just say this, and then this is the last point I have on this conversation, but when I submitted a warrant article one time, and I was able to talk to Lincoln Heineman and town council about everything. You know what I mean? That channel was open, but I think it was only because I reached for it. And I think it's not clear that you can reach for it, which I think this would help solve.
Yeah, and this is a classic, right? You can lead a horse to water problem.
Yeah.
There will be folks who just won't do it, and that's fine. That's life. But I think opening the door and creating a good process, creating a process where people feel heard and respected, and either they get a better warrant article out of it, or they realize, oh, there's a better way of doing this. Or they hear from you that it's not a priority, and they say, okay, those are all good outcomes. So having that can help.
Okay. So as a matter of moving this forward, shall you and I work together, produce a new draft, and bring it to the group?
Sounds great.
Perfect.
I just have one question. Are we going to talk about the communication policy that was initially part of?
Would you like to?
Why don't we go ahead and do that now?
So, I understand why it wasn't implemented.
And why is that?
Because
I have my ideas.
it depends on what we think communication policy is. I was pulling up the list of things even in the last month that have come before us. I'll just list a few of them. One asking about municipal broadband, one reevaluating the garden use at Lars Anderson, one discussing potential greater budget for Department of Public Health for food equity, another on pedestrian safety. A lot of the emails and messages and calls we get are not requests for information. They are policy requests or trying to push the select board to do something in their favor. And so if you set up a process by which whoever it gets filtered to one select board member, the best you can do is say, interesting information, we're hearing this at this time, or maybe go to this planning board hearing. But it's not like we can give a satisfying answer. Our role is to hear the concerns and then decide what to do about it. I think requests for information are probably the one area that the select board could have a better policy on. Going back to Anthony's point that people don't always know how to get information. And so if they are looking for information, that is one area where one of us, and it probably could be as simple as a rotation, could figure out the right staff person and connect them. But in the weighing in on policy, I don't really know what we're hoping to accomplish. And therefore, that's a lot of work that you can't really fulfill the answers that they're looking for.
Are we really talking about situations where people ask us to weigh in on policy? Or are we talking about the typical question we get about, why is my road not paved or whatever?
Why is my fence getting knocked over in the winter?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And those are the things, I mean, we get a lot of those questions, and the problem that we were concerned with when this first came up was many of those questions were just not being answered, and people were, I mean, they didn't like the fact that we weren't answering them. And it's so easy to set up a procedure whereby those questions are answered. People are given direction as to who to talk to, what we're doing, et cetera.
I think something else Amanda has identified is that there is such a broad array of subjects with which people reach out to us. It doesn't really fall neatly into categories of who is a liaison on what or who is heading what subcommittee. The examples you gave, I mean, I suppose the public health one, I'm the public health liaison, but it's not super clear. And so we probably do need a different method for ensuring that everyone receives a response.
This is, I don't know how popular this is going to be, but this is like if we were to have like a better communication strategy and we're trying to funnel the right questions to the right people as fast as possible, that's like the perfect use of an AI chatbot that immediately directs your question, reads the policies of who's the liaison to what departments handle what, reads those things, knows what they do, and then when a question comes in, immediately directs you to the person that leads that. That's like the perfect example of a chatbot, and I think we should explore that.
I will say there are a number of vendors out there who have approached us about putting a chatbot on the website. We have seen other municipalities do it. This is great. Charlie Young is our AI advocate, and I'm the AI skeptic in the office. So it's two guys named Charles squaring off each other. I've been sufficiently convinced that is something we can explore further.
I would love to see the cost on that.
Yeah, so we can definitely take a look at that if that's something the board is interested in.
For communities that have been adopters of this, I know it's very early, but what's the initial feedback?
Seems to be positive so far. We're reaching out. We're doing a little more research. I think Fung and her team have been really great on this. They're really interested in the technology, but they're going about it in a very deliberate and careful way. So it's kind of the best of all worlds. So we will get more information for you on that and come back to you.
And I'll also say, just from a professional perspective, I implemented one of these at a company. It works awesome. It works really well.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm dating myself, but in that narrow band of people that know what Six Sigma is. Do you know what Six Sigma is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, see,
Yes.
Michael does.
No, I don't.
It's now a very disfavored process, but it used to be this idea that you really want to build your processes out to 6 standard deviations as opposed to 3 or 2 or whatever, because the margin of it, you want to set a high standard with low margin of error. And the example I gave to Charlie was, I don't want what happened to Chipotle, which is their chatbot was used to weaponize and write malicious code.
Yes.
The potential for harm with AI is so high, and the potential for error causing serious harm can be high. And so I really want us to be, I don't want us to be Six Sigma, because I think that leads to unnecessary caution and poor results. But I want us to be
4 Sigma.
Well, the other thing is people really want to talk to a person.
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
And especially when that person is on the select board.
Totally. And the chatbot, the way that I'm thinking about it, right, just off the top of my head, is very much like a funnel, not going to answer your questions, but more of this is the person we're sending your message to who's going to answer your question as soon as possible.
Right. Our goal is to have a no wrong door policy.
Yeah.
This idea that someone gets shuttled around from department to department, they are going up and down the stairs in town hall, they get more and more frustrated. Our goal is really, when someone walks in the door of this office, Melanie and Rochelle and Nicole and the whole team here really do a good job, and Kate and everybody, of saying, how can we help you?
Mm-hmm.
Not, you really need to go to the 4th floor.
Right.
Sometimes you do, but wherever we can be helpful to them.
Well, I guess what you're describing, Anthony, is consistent with my own thinking, is that the category of questions that can be addressed this way, which is a subset of what you laid out at the beginning, Amanda, it shouldn't actually, I'm not sure it should actually be a select board role, because that set of questions, sort of by definition, should be attributable or directable to some staff function that we have plans and processes for handling them, whether it's, dealing with your fence that's been hitting my snow plows, which I think would be a DPW issue, or, putting in a request for traffic calming, or, how do we find, to the extent that your question or your interest can be funneled into a town process that we have, then we should be able to apolitically funnel into that process. But to the extent that people are doing advocacy, none of this is going to be helpful.
I will also just add, based on Bernard's point, sometimes they email you because they have gotten a response from town staff and they don't like it. And sometimes they pretend that they haven't gotten a response and they email you in the hopes that they will be getting a different response. It's like going to dad when you don't like mom's answer.
Yes.
So that does happen. It happens a lot. And when that happens, what they're looking for from you is not, please talk to this person. They already have talked to that person. They're looking for you to tell that person, hey, I'm the select board and you have to do what I say. And we don't do that here, and that can be frustrating to them. So I think setting that expectation is an important thing too, of being like, if you've talked to staff and staff have explained why we're doing this, then going to the select board and asking for the rules to change is not often the right way to go about it.
My typical response when I've experienced that kind of thing is, actually, you're not asking for your problem to be solved, you're asking for a policy change.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've just moved into, that set of buckets.
Right.
Yeah. I liked, last thing is I liked Amanda's idea of like saying 6 weeks before deadline of warrant.
But
we'll work that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. To your point though, Amanda, of this policy, is there? Can we work? Are you willing to kind of take a crack at something different? Something we can look at the chatbot idea, because I think that is good. But for that subset of things that is not routing,
Totally.
not the apolitical sort of find the right door.
Right. I mean, I would be happy to work with it, but it's unclear that there's even a consensus on a lot of it is advocacy, right? Or like one of the emails was on traffic enforcement, and that I've gotten in person a number of times too, right? Like that is not something that immediately an individual select board member can fix. We could discuss policy changes. And so I'm not sure what the board's ideal situation is for essentially public comment or email that is advocating for something.
Well, if it's advocacy related, and it's coming to all 5 of us, I suppose we can each give our own answer as long as we're not copying everybody else on it. Because you're right, a lot of these advocacy questions don't neatly fall into a particular bucket. And even if it does, we each have our opinions, and sometimes a subset of us might be emailed, not necessarily all of us. Mm-hmm. Lately, I'm getting a lot of emails regarding political speech on public property, quite a few. I'm not sure why I'm getting those, but I'm being responsive to it.
So yeah, if it's advocacy, then the policy is essentially that individual members can respond as they see fit. And that basically encompasses everything that is not, here is a specific issue I'm having. Maybe we do a chat bot, maybe we have something in the interim that says, it seems like outside of your home, there might be a need for traffic calming. This is the policy, this is who you need to talk to make this happen. Yeah. And I don't know if we think that is the job of the select board and therefore we want a policy that does that. Or do we think that is more, I don't know who else that would be, because we're going to be the ones getting the contact.
It may not be the job of the select board, but it's the job that the people want us to do. Yeah. And we have to respect that. And even when someone's trying to lobby us, we can just say, well, you're trying to lobby me, here's how you get what you want. It's not by getting me to, be lobbied and then lobby the staff. So I guess I don't see what, the problem is that you have with the way it's set up.
So what would be your ideal workflow of emails that go to the select board writ large?
Workflow, I mean.
'Cause
should-
right now
should
this
go
is the-
through Melanie, under this policy, Melanie would send out an email saying, we received your question, and, tell them what the process is for getting an answer, and then assign it to a select board member who could either answer the question or tell the person that this is an inappropriate attempt to, lobby us to do something that we shouldn't be doing. I mean, for example.
So then we're essentially rounding, because most of them don't fall neatly in, like, you head up the Vision Zero, now defunct committee, right? A lot of them don't fall into an individual bucket. And so then are we putting on Melanie's shoulders to just randomly assign a select board member?
But how often does that really happen? It seems that people either write to all 5 of us to begin with, or they choose among us 1 or 2 of us for whatever reason, and we're the only ones receiving it. So I guess that's more a question for Melanie. Are you already routing a lot of emails, or are they already written in such a way that it's either to all 5 of us or to some subset of us?
So we get a lot of emails to the select board email address. There is an automatic response that gets sent out to those emails. Kate is the one that funnels them and puts them in your informational packet. If it's something she wants you guys to take a look at, just an FYI. Sometimes we forward it to department heads that might be able to answer it better than we can. But Kate is actually the one that funnels a lot of those.
I'm not sure we need to change that process.
Right. To me, I'm not quite sure what the problem is we're trying to solve, unless it's people not getting a response at all.
That's what this was initially targeting. There was a subset of emails that was going to selectboard@brooklineanima.gov that was not getting, that we would put in your packets, and then there was sort of a collective action problem, right? All 5 of you would look at it, all 5 of you would say, yep, okay, someone surely will respond to that. And then nobody responded to it. And so that's the narrow subset of emails that we were trying to address.
But all of those people presumably got the automated response?
Yes. The automated, what they were looking for is that second touch point, right? That a person read it and has issued a response to it.
Well, maybe we should be more clear in the automated response as to whether or not they will receive such an email.
Well, I think people in the community generally are going to want to have some kind of personalized response. And as we discussed at the workshop, school committee handles this by just each member takes a turn for a week. And it might be a generic response, but still it's going to have some kind of personal touch, and people tend to appreciate that. So that's something that we might adopt, but then again, we're not going to know whether someone else already responded. But if they get more than one response, I'm not sure they would necessarily be unhappy about that.
Right, well, because the emails that go to the select board email address, they don't come to our individual email addresses. They just end up in the information packet, and then you sort of like click through them one-on-one. So it's like not the most straightforward to respond to either. Like you can, but you have to jump through some hoops.
Right. I mean, we could certainly set up a rule that routes them directly to your inboxes, or we could set up a rule that, if to David's point, we could have a rotation, and we could set up a rule that every week it just rotates a member and says, all right, you're on duty this week. You will get everything that's sent to select board, and we'll still put it in the informational packet so that everyone else can see it.
Yeah.
But there's an expectation that that person will be responding to those emails for that week, to the extent that a response is necessary.
I think I would ask for 2 things. Number one, I would ask that they all be routed to me. You guys can make your own decisions. That they would. Sure. I would ask, number one, that they all be routed to me, and number two, that I be able to set up a rule for my brooklinema.gov account that puts them all in a special folder so that I can identify them independently of my inbox. And then I would choose to handle them or not.
I agree.
That can be done. I actually think that this was set up, and in the true everything old is new again. I think this was probably set up because the board complained that we were forwarding everything to their mailboxes.
That's so funny.
But that's why you need the second
Right.
rule.
Yes, the filter, right?
Yeah.
Every story has already been written.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
I think that would be helpful because to Amanda's point about the additional steps in looking at the emails that go to all 5 of us, I think there's some that I miss, and then I'll get an angry phone call.
Why
I've
didn't you
written
respond?
to you like 3 times, what's going on? And I look through my email and I'm not finding it, and then eventually I do see it, and so that would avoid that problem.
So we will set up an automatic rule that routes them, and we will work with IT to figure out a method that works best for all of you, because you may have different rules that you want to follow in terms of, sorting them and so forth, mail sort rules. So we will figure out a way to make that work, depending on your individual preferences. But we will kick things off by routing email that goes to select board at brooklinema.gov to each of you individually.
No.
Not yet?
Don't do that before you set up the other one. Otherwise, we'll get overwhelmed, and then it will be worse.
Okay. We
The
will do our,
question is whether we would be overwhelmed. I mean, how many emails do we get?
you get less than you used to, but you do get a fair amount.
The reason is because it, there are times when it takes a little more time to get back to people because there are other things going on. And so it's important that that set of emails be segregated from the normal stream of our inbox so that we can process them separately. And if they're not, then they're almost as likely to be lost or ignored or skipped over or whatever.
I agree with Michael that organizing it in that manner would be helpful. When I served on school committee, we had everything forwarded to us, and that creates sort of the opposite problem of you end up losing in that stream some of the really critical emails. And I don't say that to put down other categories of emails, but sometimes you get sort of those chain letter emails that are almost all the same.
Yeah.
And in that volume, you kind of lose what you really needed to address in that moment.
I will say, I don't think I just want to set expectations. I don't think the system is sophisticated enough to be able to filter out without manual intervention some of that, but you get less of that than the school committee does. It really is only when big policy issues come up that we start to see chain letters.
But it should be that hard to set up a filter that says everything by select board, select board at brooklinema.gov goes to a folder. That's like
Yes. I just want to set beyond that, right?
Yeah.
We will try and give you permissions to be able to customize that as you see fit.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's fine.
All right, any further discussion?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
How can I go about adding something to the agenda? I've never done that before. Can I bring up a topic I want to talk about next week now?
Yes. So
Okay.
yeah, and you can also always email David or Michael, and usually what happens is the board almost always by consensus says, yeah, whatever an individual member wants to put on the agenda, we'll put on the agenda. It may not be the following week because there may be a lot going on, but they'll add it to the list and it will be on at a certain time.
Okay.
If for some reason there's some dispute, if the board is not in alignment, if the chair doesn't want to put it on, then what we do is we put on an agenda item at the end of the agenda that says future business, and that's the opportunity for the board to discuss something for the future that they want to put on. So I would say this, under the stickler's rules, if you just email David, Michael, Melanie, and me, we will when we talk about it in the agenda setting meeting, we'll find a slot for it. And if for some reason there's a problem, we'll put it on as, and again, this has happened once in the 3.5 years that I've been here. We'll put on a future business item and you can bring it up to the full board and say, hey, I want to talk about this. Can we please put it on an agenda?
Got it. Okay.
Anyone else? All right,
Yeah.
then with that, I will.
And I will just note for open meeting laws, I don't think David or I would respond to you
Right.
Okay.
directly
That's
in
right.
any way other than to
Affirmative
talk
or
with
no?
Chaz
Right.
and staff to put it on the agenda.
Right.
I won't
Back
take it
and forth.
personally.
Yep.
All right, so I'll give another opportunity for public comment. If anyone wants to be heard, go ahead.
Hi, yes, Regina Frawley from South Brookline, Precinct 16. Can you tell me, hang on, there's a lot of feedback now. I heard earlier that there's a person who might be Erin who's in charge of something to do with surveys. When my street was done and the sidewalk was done, a problem that a neighbor, one of my abutters, had without a permit, the town did it for them. They widened the curb cut. And that has, unbeknownst to us initially, has created a lot of problems. So when they did the sidewalk, I paid for the survey, $2,700, in order to put a she shed in my backyard. And I was supervised, I had a permit, et cetera, and Dan Bennett came and told me I had to go down even deeper and dig. I mean, it did everything right. But it put a survey marker 22 inches into my neighbor's driveway. Since the sidewalk was redone, the marker's missing, and now it's more like 30 inches. I need 3 of my survey markers are still accurate, but that one isn't any longer. Who's going to be in charge of that and help me remedy that situation? I shouldn't have to pay another $2,700 for it. It's understandable that it happened because it was a new sidewalk, but it still has created a problem for me.
You know, I don't know off the top of my head who's, I'm sorry, yeah. I know, it's okay. I don't know off the top of my head who within the department is responsible for that, but we will look into that, and I'll email you later this week.
Please.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Seeing none, that concludes our meeting for tonight.